How's everyone doing? Well, thank you so much for coming, for spending your Saturday. It's supposed to be really nice, and I'm hoping we are going to have a fabulous, equally nice day today, celebrating World IA Day. It's like a festival. It's celebrated all over the world. So there are 26 countries and 61 locations where we are having day-long conferences and sessions to kind of elevate and bring up our profession and our passion. So I'm going to first play a video from World IA Day.
How many times were you not able to see? In this year, our goal is clear: to spread the word about information architecture. We'll celebrate our past by honoring where we have come from and those who came before us. We'll celebrate our present, pushing boundaries and challenging new ways of accessing knowledge. We'll celebrate our future, reimagining ourselves and new forms of collaboration. Each part counts for its own purpose, but all elements must work together. The meaning behind it is the IA element.
Happy World IA Day from Pittsburgh, PA!
Hola.
Feliz Día Mundial de la Arquitectura de la Información desde
Barcelona.
Привет из Петербурга! День информационной архитектуры! Ура!
Happy World IA Day from Ann Arbor!
Hola. Feliz Día Mundial de la Arquitectura de la Información 2020. Desde Honduras, con todo corazón. Muchas gracias por invitarnos a ser parte de la celebración.
Wspaniałego Dnia Architektury i Informacji.
Happy World IA Day from Dallas, Texas, USA!
Namaste! Shubh Vishwa Sujna Architecture Divas!
Coming at you from Atlanta, Georgia! Happy World IA Day!
Ciao a tutti, io sono Andrea Resmini e volevo augurarvi una buona giornata mondiale dell'architettura dell'informazione. To all our friends around the world, have a great World Information Architecture Day from Italy.
Happy World IA Day from Toronto!
Организатор Международного дня информационной архитектуры.
Happy World IA Day!
Maligayang WIAD!
Wireframing! Process mapping!
card sorting.
Site mapping.
World IA Day 福岡へようこそ
Welcome to IA Day!
Feliz Dia Mundial da Arquitetura da Informação!
Hello and welcome to World IA Day 2020, celebrating the IA element, the past, present, and future. We're so happy to have you here joining us from around the world, whether it's really cold right now or where it's really warm. Thank you. We hope that you enjoy your time, whether you're a first timer at one of these events or a long-time pro. Please take the time to get to know each other, and we hope that you have a great day. Take care.
So we are at 61 locations and 26 countries. So the driving principles for World IA Day are community building, empowering leadership, grassroots organization, as well as growing together. Our theme for 2020 is IA is essential, it's key, and it's elemental because it's something that is really relevant. We do have a code of conduct, and we take this pretty seriously. So we do not tolerate any harassment of participants, volunteers, speakers. So if there is anything that you notice or you are experiencing, please send us an email at safety@worldiad.org or contact anyone that's either a volunteer or on the board here. And also you can find out more from the Code of Conduct at worldiad.org. We do have an amazing list of speakers today. As you can see, the agendas are posted on walls. You will have Dan Newman, Jared Spool, Phil Golub, the lightning talks and the panel discussions, and the wrap-up for the day, along with the raffles in this room. Elizabeth Rich, Shauna Gordon McKeown, Patrick O'Leary are in room number 5, which is right across. And in room number 4, we'll have Amy Fareh-Fejo and Carl Kaufman. So you can check in on the agenda, find out who you wish to listen to, and find space. The last thing I want to go through is a quick overview of housekeeping at GA. So coats can be left in the air and space room upstairs next to the breakfast. We have elevators. They're very slow, but so just be patient. Please keep an eye on your valuables. Neither GA or World IAD is responsible. And no smoking on the premises. Pick up your trash as you are leaving a talk. And we do have some gender-neutral bathrooms on the 5th floor. There's a quiet room and a nursing room, which is up here on the 4th floor. And then there's sign-up sheets for portfolio reviews, which is on the Smithsonian, which is on this level. And sign-up sheets for lunch buddies. So if you don't have any, if you haven't come with the group, you can sign up and go to either Oyamel or Haleo or Hill Country Barbecue. There are reservations under World IA Day. There are also lunch buddies that can go to Shake Shack, Bantam King, Portrait Gallery, and Chipotle. So those sign-up sheets are also on top. Here's our hashtags, and the Wi-Fi information is there in every room, so just in case you need to access that. That's it, and I'm gonna now invite Natalie to come and introduce our first speaker for the day.
Thanks, Renu. So I'm here. I have the pleasure of introducing Dan, and I'm also supposed to distract you so you don't watch him set up. But I don't know if I can do that and also be in front of him. But so we're really excited about this year's speakers, and especially Dan. And in keeping with our theme, IA is essential, Dan's going to speak about search today, and search is essential to a lot of us. It's a lot of what we work on, not only the usability of search for our users, but all the way through building content and data structure so that search can work correctly or better in some cases. It's really easy to introduce Dan. A lot of you know him. He's very engaged in our community. He's the director of product design at NPR, and he's a leader in the future of public radio, and works on enterprise content management systems, mobile apps, voice UI platforms, and much more. And so without further ado, you ready?
I'm ready.
Here's Dan.
Thanks, Natalie. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to World IA Day. I am so excited to be here with you today to celebrate the field of information architecture. But I've got a little secret that I want to let you in on. And so despite being your opening speaker this morning, despite speaking at last year's IA conference, and despite chairing the Information Architecture Summit a few years ago, I've never been an information architect. Well, wait a second. That's not quite right. The truth is, I've never had the title information architect. And for years, I was self-conscious about fully participating in this community because I felt like, well, this is where all those professional information architects gathered. I couldn't possibly have anything to share that would measure up to their greatness. How many of you have ever felt like that? Yeah. The truth is, this is a community for anyone who wants to make digital spaces understandable and to make content findable. To steal a phrase, IA is elemental to our work, whatever our titles may be. So before we dig in on search, let me tell you a little bit about my journey and why I care so deeply about information architecture. About a decade ago, I joined the nascent user experience team at Wolfram Research in Champaign, Illinois. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Wolfram, it's a math and science software company. It's perhaps best known for creating Wolfram Alpha, the math and science engine that was one of the earliest data partners in Apple's Siri. And even today, it powers many of the factual and computational questions on platforms like Siri and Alexa. And as UX manager there, I worked on products that touched navigation, app architecture, content strategy, and most importantly for our conversation today, I was tasked with planning and evolving the user experience for this new kind of search-like experience that Wolfram Alpha is. In 2014, I joined NPR, where I've had the opportunity to work across our product portfolio on NPR.org, on NPR One, and many of the journalist-facing tools and services that power those platforms. And here, too, I have drawn on the full range of information architecture tools and methodologies, even while I was titled a senior interaction designer, or a deputy creative director, or today the director of product design. To me, IA is about making digital experiences understandable and discoverable. And in my career, there's no better window into how IA impacts digital product design than search. So today, I'm going to cover some key considerations for search, talk a little bit about NPR's experience rebuilding our own search, and do a little crystal ball gazing into what forthcoming technologies are going to mean for search, before we zoom back out and talk about what it all means for IA. To talk about search effectively, I think it's useful to start by looking at the past.
This is Talk of the Nation Science Friday. I'm Ira Flato. Coming up a bit later, how scientists are using satellites to find out where and when disease outbreaks occur. But first, an internet update. You know, there's a lot of information out there on the World Wide Web, and many of us use search engines to help us find what we want. In fact, search engines are some of the most visited sites on the web. Think of names like Yahoo, Excite, Lycos, AltaVista, Hotbot. But last week, researchers at the NEC Research Institute in Princeton, New Jersey, published the results of a study that put search engines to the test. How did they do? Well, not very well. In fact, the very best search engines may only be able to find about 1/6 of what's out there in cyberspace. Well, how do search engines work? Do they work? Why aren't they better? What can you do to get to where you want to be on the web? Well, to answer some of these questions, I'm joined in the studio by Stephen Lawrence, a research scientist.
What can you do to get to where you want to be? Obviously, 20 years ago, we were talking about Yahoo, Excite, Lycos, AltaVista, and Hotbot. And I think, well, some of the players have changed, but the core user needs haven't necessarily changed. And we still wonder, can we deliver the experiences that our users expect? Now, I have a question for you. Oh, interesting. Sorry. Apologies. Take a moment and think about the last time you searched for something online. For most of you, I'm guessing this was in the last 24 to 48 hours. Now let me ask you, how many of you thought about a search experience from one of these two giants? And remember, Google also means asking a question of Google Assistant on your phone or searching on YouTube. Amazon means asking Alexa a question or searching to watch on Prime Video. These two companies, along with a few other technology mainstays, are changing our users' expectations when it comes to search. And it's up to us to keep up with the search experiences that we build into our own products, apps, and websites. Now, here's some good news. The landscape is changing, but the core needs are remarkably consistent. I can go back to Jacob Nielsen from nearly 20 years ago. He said, search lets users control their own destiny and assert independence from websites' attempts to direct how they use the web. Search is also users' escape hatch when they are stuck in navigation. I think that's still pretty much spot on. Or we can go to the Polar Bear book and see that search helps when you have too much information to browse. Search helps fragmented sites. I might say experiences or apps as well in that. Search is a learning tool. Search should be there because users expect it to be there. Search can tame dynamism. And if there's one thing that hasn't changed and has only gotten more pronounced over the years is that our experiences have become more dynamic and more complicated. And last but not least, in the excellent Search Patterns book, as the first resort for many users and tasks, search is a defining element of the user experience. Unfortunately, it's also the source of endless frustration. Search is the worst usability problem on the web. I hope we are making it better, but it is still hard, which is why we're talking about it today. Because as the technology evolves, new problems just keep popping up. So today I want to talk with you about some key considerations that we thought were essential as we went about replatforming our search a little over a year ago at NPR. First, fundamentally, modern search experiences tend towards giving answers rather than choices. Well, this has always been the holy grail for search, solutions instead of stacks of links. Google has arguably done more in this space than anyone to change user expectations here. With the introduction of Knowledge Graph back in 2012, Google began to move away from lists of blue links and towards what I lovingly refer to as organic-ish. You can see that they're actually providing answers right at the top. And in some cases, you don't actually get any true organic results in your first view. You get Google News, you get YouTube, you get Knowledge Graph, you get Google's attempts to provide you answers rather than just links to the web. This is something that I worked on back in 2010 as well with Wolfram Alpha, providing concrete answers to specific questions. Although I think we led people astray because they looked at this and said, well, it looks like a search engine. And we said, yes, but it works differently. Try using it differently. It's a knowledge engine. So Wolfram Alpha was really good at answering specific types of questions, like, for example, how many calories are in a ton of Big Macs? And in case you're wondering, the answer, well, it's 200,000 calories. The more you know. Secondly, in many cases, search is no longer a discrete product or feature. It's simply part of how the product works. Can you imagine using the mess that is Google Drive without search? I certainly can't. And in fact, the reason you lost my slides for a moment is because my Google Drive extension was complaining about not having enough storage space. So, search, it's essential. And when your Slack instance grows to 550 channels, as NPR's has, how are you going to navigate that complexity without search? So users have come to expect that search is a well-integrated function of a well-designed product. Next, users expect search, like many aspects of modern products, to tailor to their experience based on their history, their preferences, and their context. When I search on Netflix, I only have to type the letter C, one letter, and immediately Cars 3 comes right to the top because I have a 4-year-old who is obsessed with Lightning McQueen and Cruz Ramirez. And Netflix knows it, and they use it to tailor my experience. Or when I browse shows on PBS.org, PBS uses my location, Washington, D.C., to match me with my local member station. They can use that relationship to customize my experience so that when I facet my results to shows about food, WETA's local production, Check Please DC, comes right to the top. Again, simple things that we can do to make the user's experience better. Modern search can take many forms of context in concert with each other. There we go again. To provide ideal experiences. Take Yelp, who combines location data, personal preferences, and even time of day to build a unique result for every user. Clearly, one size fits all is not going to be an effective strategy for the future. Next, users expect modern search experiences to handle whatever they throw at it without having to do additional work. This is tricky because your search can be very good at handling one type of query while simultaneously falling apart for a different type. Recently, I was trying to figure out how to upgrade my subscription on Washington Post to include home delivery. And you would think, given the current state of publishing, they would make this easy to do. But for whatever reason, I couldn't find the right page, so I turned to search. But I tried all sorts of keywords that I thought might lead me to my destination: subscription, account, home delivery. None of them gave me anything except results from the news. Now, Washington Post search is actually very good at returning results from the news. They just didn't account for my use case. By comparison, the Times completely nails it, with the best bet pinned right to the top when I search for subscription. And sometimes it's impossible to handle the juggling of competing use cases well with a single flat list of results. There might be several correct answers, and that's where federated results like this come in handy. We used this approach when we were trying to aggregate various search applications across different domains when I worked at Wolfram. The key is knowing your user, knowing what their needs are, and if there are multiple types of users, being willing to build multiple different experiences to serve those users. Now, I've heard so much about the importance of good metadata over the years at information architecture events, but it can't be overstated how important this is for search. As the saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. I promise that if Google, with all their resources, can't machine learning their way through your site, your integrated search doesn't stand a chance without good metadata. If you're not familiar with it, schema.org is a resource for encoding metadata into the markup of your pages. You can expose and identify metadata to third-party search engines, but this exercise also is a great exercise for you to think about the metadata that you want to provide for your users in your own search experiences. The search model on Netflix never fails to impress me. On the basis of their robust taxonomy and data model, they're able to help steer me towards content I'm interested in, even when they don't have the exact thing that I'm looking for. In this case, and really I don't know why, but I searched for Justice League. Netflix doesn't have a license to stream DC Comics movies, so no surprise, I didn't find Justice League. But instead, they're able to use linked data and the fact that they have the full metadata even for titles they don't have in their catalog to highlight strongly related content. And really, I'm probably better off rewatching Thor Ragnarok anyway. Importantly, metadata is only useful in a search context if it delivers value to your user. You may remember me mentioning that Wolfram Alpha was an important data partner in Siri. Well, one day we got a report from our friends at Apple that a user had requested a picture of a deer, and we had sent them a picture of a moose. And it turns out, this is a case of what we called at that point artificial stupidity. As I learned from this case, elk and moose are technically members of the deer family. But by using the metadata to return the image we did, we violated the user's expectations. One of my favorite recent stories about meaningful metadata comes from the stellar product team at Etsy. They presented at the IA conference a couple years ago. At that time, the team was grappling with the fact that they had two discrete groups of users, makers and shoppers, whose expectations around metadata were misaligned. For example, there were makers who saw the dolls they were making as art, collectibles, figurines, but most certainly not toys. Whereas the users who were looking for dolls, they couldn't find the seller's products because they didn't come up in the dolls category, which was under toys. And their solution was a double taxonomy, which is really cool. They had seller inputs translated in their taxonomy to a superset of categories that matched their users' needs. So the sellers could put in that they are figurines and collectibles, but the end users could still search in the dolls and toys category. I think that's really cool and a great solution to matching your users' needs with metadata. If you want a really awesome deep dive on this, I cannot recommend highly enough that you seek out this presentation. I have that short link there, or really any one of the several excellent talks that the various folks from Etsy have given over the years at World IA Day and IA conference events. Now, if you work on digital platforms, I'm guessing you got into our line of work because you want to make things better for real people. And the good news is our users have noticed that we are trying. And they're coming to expect that our search experiences will help guide them to the results that they are looking for. Those expectations are a double-edged sword. Everything from little things like, did you mean, on Google, to reflecting back our interpretation of the user's query on Wolfram Alpha. Unfortunately, this is also an example where we didn't do enough. We reflected back the user's query. We understood them, but we also didn't have the answer they were looking for. We had to say, data not available, because turns out there's no one right answer to the song, what's the best song by Lady Gaga? But we didn't help them understand why we couldn't answer that question either. And this is a place we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that in cases where we failed gracefully and help the user understand why we can't give them what they're looking for. They've come to expect that anything can be answered because Google has shown them that most things can be answered, if imperfectly. This leads to one of the biggest challenges we faced at Wolfram. How do we guide them to success if we can't do everything? We've tried over the years when I was there many different things. This is what it looked like when we launched Wolfram Alpha in 2009. And you can already see the embedded fear in this page that our users weren't going to get it. Unfortunately, we have this whole great page about all the things you can do and the types of queries that would be successful. Most users simply ignored that. They went right to that bar at the top and they started typing. And they were, more often than not, especially at launch in 2009, disappointed in the lack of results. So we kept trying new ways to convey the types of questions and domains that Wolfram Alpha was good at, trying to attach those sample queries right to the query bar. This is one of my favorites. We actually built a whole page where that beautiful backdrop with illustrations was interactive. You could mouse over any of those icons and every single one would show you a sample query to go with that item. It was nifty, it was way too finicky, and users didn't use it. And so this is where Wolfram Alpha is still at today, trying to showcase the sphere of domains while they're also working with partners to make smart integrations like on Siri, like on Alexa, where Wolfram Alpha can be good at the things it is good at and other parts of that system can take the queries that Wolfram Alpha doesn't know how to handle. But the goal here as a designer is to help guide our users to success, and often we don't get it right the first time. Of course, not everything is as complex as Wolfram Alpha. I appreciate the simple coaching text in the search bar on Netflix that quickly lets me know I'll get good results if I enter a title, a person, or a genre. That's a very simple fix to help users understand the domain that they can work in. Auto-suggest, autocomplete, they also go a long way to helping users to the right result for them. So if I start typing battery on Apple, I see options for purchasing, battery case, battle toy starter kit randomly, but also troubleshooting. Now, it's probably somewhat obvious, but despite the fact that I've been showing you desktop search experiences for the last 15 minutes, search is by no means constrained to desktop anymore. Far from it. The majority of searching is happening on mobile devices. And you've got to make sure that you're designing experiences in your products and your apps to meet the users on all those devices and in all the contexts where they are. Critically, we have to get that mobile experience right. So even with the stupidly large phone becoming the norm, there's still a premium on space. The keyboard takes up almost half the screen. Adaptations for mobile mean you can use heavier use of autocomplete, type ahead. You can collapse complicated filtering and faceting and sorting controls, but that has a cost. You can't expose the user to all the options you have available for them. So it's got to be a balance informed by understanding of your user's needs. And you have to carefully evaluate the metadata you're presenting so that users can make an informed decision. Just enough to help them, but not too much to make it impossible to browse. And it doesn't stop there. We have to consider how search works when it's 10 feet away on a big TV and you're controlling it with a laggy D-pad on a mouse, on a remote control. And here you have to be even more judicious and focused on your users' needs because picking out letters one at a time is exhausting and taxing for your users. Which is why newer options often include voice as a solution. Comcast X1 platform, you just press that microphone and start talking. So they're moving that in the right direction, but voice on an interface with a screen is one thing. Doing search in a screenless environment is another beast entirely, but we'll come back to that in a little bit. Lastly, to do search well, at least as better than Google can do by turning the Googlebot loose on your site and hoping for the best, you have to involve humans in the process. You cannot just turn it over to machine learning because your humans, both your users and your team that you're working with, are going to have the best insight about how your search system can be built and maintained. For NPR One, our personalized, skippable radio service, search was a core driver of the user experience. Early on in the project, you couldn't get to most things in our system without searching for them. We didn't have browsing of podcasts, and findability overall was pretty poor. So back in 2015, we undertook an initial rebuilding process where we created a search result page that emphasized the content that people were actually searching for in the app. Shows, people, broad topics, things that people really wanted to understand. And without the human curation, without the human curation of the experience that recognized the individual user intents, we would not have met our aims in this process. So to reiterate, search is not one thing, it's many things, and it's context dependent, it's user dependent, and this is by no means the full list of everything you need to do to build a modern search system. These are merely 8 considerations that we had in mind while we were working on our most recent search project. Your mileage may vary, but I'll say this, search should not be an afterthought, not your junk drawer, not your excuse for poor navigation. It is a fundamental part of your product experience that requires you to actually care about your users, their wants, their needs, their motivations, and their intentions. Don't be like Ron. So, let's talk about how we're working to make search a fundamental part of our product experience at NPR. Coming into 2018, the search on npr.org had been broadly unchanged for many years. It didn't even really have a team who owned it. And the quality of organic results was so hit or miss that we were manually curating thousands of queries via best bets just to get the results that were in any way sensible. And while we had made some good headway in NPR One back in 2015 and 2016, we knew that the experience was still pretty rudimentary compared to what users expected, and it wasn't returning the best quality of results that it could. And yet, like so many things, I'm sure some of you who work in the digital space understand this, there were other fires, and search was no one's top priority until our hand was forced. You see, at the time, all of our search experiences were powered by the Google Search Appliance, or GSA. And as Google is wont to do, they were discontinuing support for GSA. We now go live video when we found out about this end-of-life plan. I exaggerate, but only a little. Look, it's not like GSA was a great tool. It may have been state-of-the-art in 2002, but in 2018, it was looking rather long in the tooth and really hard to build the experiences we wanted to build for our users. So the chance to make an upgrade here was a welcome one, even if it was a bit of a fire drill. And we had a choice to make here. We could stick with building something ourselves, building a hardware-based system, maybe something in our tech stack that we could stick in our data center and kind of continue as we had been continuing. But that didn't have the flexibility we needed. So instead, we decided to make a leap to the modern era, move to a cloud-based search service provider, and figure out how we could build new compelling search experiences on top of someone else doing the infrastructure. To us, it ended up being a no-brainer, because the modern cloud-based search systems enabled functionality that we had never had before. Features like instant search results, robust mobile SDKs, immense flexibility of the ranking model, easy-to-use analytics, and support for our future personalization and voice search goals. And we knew we needed to base our decision-making here on real user needs. So we took a deep dive into the analytics that we could glean from the GSA, as well as Google Analytics site search data. And we talked to real users, and we found that there's a huge long tail, as you would expect for a news search engine. The top use cases for our search are exactly what you'd expect. People who are looking for our shows, our programs, our journalists, high-level topics like education, food, specific words related to news of the moment, China, Facebook, etc., navigational searches like contact NPR. And by the way, speaking of error handling, our number 1 or number 2 search every month is This American Life, which is a show that is produced by Ira Glass and WBEZ and airs on NPR stations, but we don't produce. So how do we handle a case like that where we don't literally have the content that a user is searching for? We need to be able to help point them in the right direction. I'm not going to dwell on vendor selection or anything like that, though I'd be happy to chat with you about how we landed where we were. But just to mention, we did end up going through a full evaluation process for 3 cloud-based vendors that we shortlisted. We ultimately selected Algolia as our partner, and I'm happy to talk with anyone who's interested in that. While there were many considerations involved in that decision, one of the major things that swayed us in this way is Algolia is fundamentally an API-driven search system, plays very nicely with NPR's long-held belief in create once, publish everywhere, API-driven content. And so we're able to pipe our content directly into the search index in real time. We don't have to rely on crawls. The moment something is published, it hits search, which is really awesome. This provides immense value to our users because it means that there's never a moment where I see it on the homepage, why can't I find it in search? And it provides immense value to our newsroom because we're able to guarantee them that they can find everything that has ever been published on our site immediately. And we gave a lot of thought to how content should be represented in the index. Even when you're building with an external vendor, it's not a given that there are going to be off-the-shelf solutions for every problem because every case is different. For us, Algolia is a schema-less approach. We had to define the search schema, how we were actually putting content into the search engine. So we were able to define the fields and the attributes that were most important to us. We were able to tell the system what weights and priorities to put on each. And so by July of last year, we had completely replaced the back-end infrastructure, powering search across all of our platforms. On npr.org, this means we were returning as-you-type responses for every query that a user has. And we're surfacing that content that a user expects to find, critically, without creating a single manual best bet. We did it all organically. The instant search interface and keyword highlighting that you see here means that users' path to a desired destination is greatly shortened because they can see what is happening in real time and get real-time feedback from the system. In NPR One, our results became a lot faster and a lot more flexible. They're a lot more responsive to what users are looking for, and we can present content in different formats depending on what content type it is. And that's just the beginning. We've been living with this system for a little over a year now, and we've continued to iterate and evolve both the engine and the product experiences we're building with it. We believe that search is fundamental to our future. We think that the world is going to get more personalized, more demand-driven, less one-size-fits-all, and we think we have the right tools and platforms in place to solve for those future use cases. But a search is only as good as what it enables your users to do. So how do you know if it's working? How do you know if it's performing well for those users? Our first step was to simply make it part of our practice to actually use search more regularly. And I know that sounds simple, but for a lot of us who live in our products day in and day out, we don't use our products like real users do. We use them like experts. And so we had to see if it passed the sniff test, see if something's just a little bit off, and if we can inspect the results to understand what's going on and why. If you're building a web search, another thing you could do is to give yourself a good gut check by simply going to Google, typing site:"yoursite.com" or .org, and take your results side by side with what you get back from Google. How do you hold up? If you look a lot better, hopefully you do, if you've invested in this space, that's wonderful. But if not, what can you do with your product search to make it work better? And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you to seek out a book, because there are many great books in this space, but the one that I love most is Search Analytics for Your Site by Lou Rosenfeld. This book has been essential to nearly every search project I've worked on and gives concrete strategies for mining usage patterns out of your product site search and app search for successes and failures, understanding your audience, your goals, and much more. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, now that we've launched this, how's it going for us? Is it changing our world at NPR? Well, sort of. Search behavior is really intrinsically motivated. So we didn't see immediately a huge change in the number of users who are engaging with search. In fact, the biggest thing we can do to move the needle on usage of search is how users get to search. Do we make it more or less prominent in navigation? Do we make it more or less a core app feature in our apps? But the one thing we did see and are very pleased about is higher engagement with the results. For instance, NPR One. Prior to the launch of the new search system, NPR One search was regularly getting about 82% of users who engaged with it to ultimately play a piece of audio, which is our primary metric in NPR One. And that's pretty good. We felt pretty good about that. But when we launched the search system on the new backend, we got that number into the upper 80s, often peaking over 90%. That's a meaningful improvement that we can build on. So we're very excited about what this is showing. We're also very excited about the future. Let's talk a little bit about the future. What comes next? First of all, I've already mentioned machine learning, but let's talk about that a little bit more. I'm not a machine learning expert, but my perspective as a practitioner in this space is that machine learning is always just about to solve all our problems, but not quite yet. Look, I think there's absolutely a role for machine learning to feed user behavior back into algorithms, to use pattern matching to expand synonyms, to consume hyperlinked data to build popularity maps. But especially for product-based search, these are augmentations. All the things we've talked about today, metadata, curation, user understanding, are much more vital to crafting the experience than holding out for the false hope that machine learning is suddenly going to come through and solve all of our problems. Next, let's talk a minute about voice UI, otherwise known as Alexa, Siri, Google Assistant, Bixby, etc. As you probably know, NPR is a leader in this space, but it's still pretty nascent. We've seen massive growth in devices installed in people's homes, on people's phones, in people's cars, on their fridges, on their TVs, everywhere you could possibly cram Alexa. I think we've tried, but it's still early days. So today for NPR, we enable you to stream your local station. We let you play your personalized NPR One radio station. You can listen to our podcasts. You can even play Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me interactively with Bill and Peter. But we have not yet shipped a voice search experience because it's hard, especially for news. Without a screen to rely on, you can't present the user with any options for tailoring their search. No facets, no filters, limited options for refinement. Everything you need to do to adjust the query has to be done by voice. And you quickly end up in phone tree land. Press 1 for this, press 2 for this. How can users make an informed decision? In user testing, we found that offering even as few as 3 options to choose from on voice put too much cognitive load on our user. They couldn't remember what the first option was by the time they got to option 4. Or if they did remember it, they weren't really sure what words they should say to choose it, which is how we got back to say number 1, say number 2. And then it's not really a conversation anymore. You've just modernized movie phone. In testing, we found the best success in presenting the users with a single response, but then telling them how to change course. And that works pretty well, but again, in a world where there are many competing user needs, that can only go so far. So hopefully you're able to fold in knowledge of your user so you're getting the best first guess for that user. This presents a new challenge, for news in particular. What was timely and relevant 30 minutes ago might be old news by now. And while we're doing a lot of human curation to power NPR One, to build our web pages to present the topical news of the moment, we don't currently have enough metadata for our entire catalog across the board to know for sure what is still timely and evergreen and what has expired, to make sure that we can serve a canonical right answer for news queries. Think about during an election. If a user asks for the election results, whatever I might have told you 30 minutes ago might be wildly different than what I could tell you now. And we just don't have quite enough metadata encoded today to be able to give the right answer. It's kind of a redux of the Wolfram Lady Gaga best song problem all over again. There's no canonical right answer that we have enough data to know for sure. But as we continue to experiment and test, we think that improving our metadata, improving our curation pipeline, and continuing to better understand our users and their needs is ultimately going to lead to a shippable product here. And we think we have the right fundamentals in place to get there. And if you think that voice search is a hard challenge, let's talk for a moment about augmented reality and virtual reality. This is not a thing we're actively working on at NPR, but it is a thing I think a lot about, because I do think we've heard mobile revolution, voice revolution, AR, VR revolution. And so if the Oculus headsets or if Microsoft HoloLens actually ends up capturing significant consumer interest, well, NPR is going to want to be there. We're going to want to provide a news experience and storytelling experience that works for that audience. And to give the users relevant information, we're probably going to need to search our content without providing any explicit user input at all. How do you take the user looking at something and suddenly turning it into a search query? I don't know, but we're going to figure it out if we get there. I think of it like this. If traditional search is user inputs text, and voice search is, well, user says something that hopefully correctly turns into text, then AR and VR search might be user looks at something, we implicitly turn that action into an intent that we then turn into text that we then hope to match a piece of content to. It's really hard. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think the ultimate solution is great metadata, human curation, and a deep understanding of our users. When I think of search as a verb, not a noun. I think of it as a means, not an end, a tool, not a destination, a feature, not a product unto itself. I think of it as an enabler and an empowerer for our users, and that's why I'm so passionate about search. And there is a lot more to be said about search than we have time for today. But I do want to bring it back up a level and talk about information architecture. I've been deep in the weeds on search for the last 30 minutes, but I do think search is a great manifestation of what information architecture can do for our products. I want to think about a couple things. One, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but you're not going to get anywhere at all without understanding your users and what they want from your experiences. And while mining site search queries in Google Analytics is useful and important and looking at other analytics data, you're not going to have a complete picture of your users and their needs about your information architecture hierarchies, your taxonomies, your search, unless you talk to them directly. Also, never forget, you are experts in your products and your experiences and your content. You know your content and your context and your users better than Google does. So you can use that knowledge to build better metadata, build better models, better content strategies, and ultimately better experiences for your users than Google or Amazon or any other aggregator will ever be able to for the generic user. This is true for search, but it's also true for navigation, taxonomy, etc. And speaking of context, yes, you've got to watch those logs, listen to your users, and you also have to get in the weeds and experience your experiences as your users do. Test them yourselves in the contexts that your users are using them in. For instance, if you build search into an app, you've got to get out, go onto flaky edge or a bad Wi-Fi connection and see how that experience performs in the real world. If you've built a new navigation system, how does that work if you're wearing gloves? All those sorts of things are really essential. Not just the hypothetical of information architecture, but the practical realities of building experiences. And lastly, don't forget that all of this still matters. A lot of these things that we talk about in IA, search, navigation, taxonomy, they can sometimes feel like wallpaper or boilerplate. Well, Drupal provides a great taxonomy module, lovely. Or, the platform we're building on Squarespace has a great navigation menu, so we don't really have to think about that. It can just become another box to check on your feature list. But when we use the tools that we have as information architecture students and professionals, our tools, our methodologies, we can imbue our product experiences with consideration and intentionality, and we can ultimately make our users very, very happy. So, it looks like we have about 10 minutes left. I'd love to answer any questions that you have about search, about NPR, Wolfram, information architecture, really anything you have on your mind. What do you got? Oh, thank you.
With news in particular and the issue of having the most recent piece of information, probably, have you guys looked into privileging like the update? Is that a field in the metadata? Or are there any issues, like there's some updates running in the background that could confuse your search, so a thing that wasn't actually most recent was updated?
You're talking about like recently updated dates and stuff?
Right.
We
like,
definitely use recency as one of our factors. One of our challenges is that content gets created in a myriad of ways in our, in our organization, and so you might have different desks and shows approaching a topic from different angles all at the same time. The thing that was published most recently may or may not actually be the thing that actually answers the user's question. We found this a lot in voice in particular. To give you an example, we have a lot of great episodes of Planet Money that go deep on specific content. If you were to ask your smart speaker, tell me about universal basic income, we have a whole bunch of content that covers the subject. Probably the best piece of content we've identified is an episode of Planet Money. It runs 30 minutes. The answer to that question, if you just want a short answer, might be 13 minutes into that episode. How do we give you just that chunk? If the world changes, between now and next month, and there's a new proposal for UBI, how do we update it when our canonical answer doesn't touch on the recency? And so those are some of the things we're thinking about. Definitely, we've looked at how do we expand what we're already doing around our measures of evergreenness and expiration that we already have in place for NPR 1. How do we expand that to our greater universe of content? It's a scaling problem for sure for us, but definitely the way we want to go.
And are you working on the embedded content issue, like take me to minute 19 episode?
We are exploring. Working on might be strong. We are exploring how we might do that. We have the advantage for most of our content of having full transcripts, so that helps because we're able to search within. But we found that as I said, machine learning doesn't get us there. We really need people to identify relevant content, especially when it's being excerpted from larger things, and then thinking about how we package it appropriately so you understand that you're joining a piece kind of midway through. Do you want to start from the beginning? Do you want to just get your answer? What do you do after you finish that? Those are all still very much open questions for us.
Well, thanks a lot for your talk, Dan. One question you've gotten, I build websites myself, so it's something I come across on a regular basis. Do you send any guides up for users to go out here and build more structured content?
Say more for users, like our users internally?
Yes, when it comes down to content authors, I should say.
Yeah, our system provides sort of the rails to build structured content on to an extent. NPR has been using API-driven publishing for 15, 20 years at this point. So, everything has to ultimately be able to be represented in our content APIs. That's what powers our platforms. It's also what powers our content going out to our member station websites and apps and things like that. So that provides a fair bit of structure in and of itself, different pieces of metadata, understanding of how assets get manifested. So if you're building a web page, it's not enough to just use a WYSIWYG editor and say there's an image there, because if you're on a screenless platform, that doesn't help us very much. So we've done a lot of work to structure that in a way that is sort of adheres to best practices, that is hopefully somewhat transparent to our end users. Our most recent journalist-facing tools use a context that we refer to as what you see is what you mean, rather than what you see is what you get. So we allow them to still, like WYSIWYG style, place elements and things like that, but we don't make a promise that it will render on every platform that exact way. That's the sort of approach we take.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan. So you've said quite a bit about the limitations of machine learning. And so I'm curious as to what you see. If you're creating a machine learning algorithm, what are the priorities that you would put on, okay, I need to put in a human part here or there?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, again, I want to be clear that we have I think a harder use cases in some ways than other, if you're Amazon and you have a search catalog with a lot of structured product metadata, you can probably get a little bit further with machine learning certainly than we can with news content, just because there's a little bit more editorial judgment that's involved in our system. So it's not one size fits all. But I do think that fundamentally you need to be able to have machine learning as an augmentation. It's dumb technology. It's trained by people. So whether it's using pattern matching to look at this piece of content has similar attributes to that piece of content, so we're going to prioritize it in the same way content A was prioritized. That's still there's a human judgment kind of embedded in that process. I would say that my priorities for us are looking at how we use data folded in an intelligent way, whether it's via machine learning or the boundary between smart if this then that and machine learning is pretty fuzzy at times. So, but folding in popularity data, folding in actual content consumption patterns, what type of users got to the end of this story, or what type of users ended up playing this piece of audio from start to finish, and then making inferences and personalization decisions based on that. So for me, it's more about you have a baseline experience that is human curated, that is hopefully augmented by machine learning on top of it. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah,
we have time for one more question.
So you had mentioned schema.org at the top of the talk, and I've done some stuff with it, with some of the basics of events and news and stuff like that. Are there any things you've found in there that are interesting that maybe people don't know about that they should be using? Or like interesting discoveries, because it's for something that's meant to improve user experience, it's not exactly the best website in the world to go browsing through.
No, so I agree. It's a little bit hard to parse out like what is the must do versus the should do always in there. What is the actual impact of using schema markup? We know, for instance, in the news domain that Google relies pretty heavily on schema markup to be able to prioritize news content. For example, Google does not read open graph tags. So all the things we put on our content for Facebook and Twitter to render the right image, to render the right subhead into the cards on those platforms, Google doesn't pay any attention to all that. So if we don't write the right schema tags with that data, Google won't render it correctly for our audience. So part of it is just through trial and error, we learn what each schema tag, what impact it has on those external platforms. For me, that's part of it. And certainly, we try to start with an understandable subset that we can get our hands around, and then if we see good reason to add another tag, we'll add another tag. We've been exploring the Trust Project. I don't know if anyone is familiar with the Trust Project, but it is an effort to use schema style tags to put markers and indicators of trustworthiness in the news embedded in the content. So this would be, for instance, having in the code of your page a deep link to a site's correction policy, or having the author byline marked up in a very specific way that platforms like Facebook, like Google, can pull that up to the surface and show that your content is more trustworthy because it's not anonymous. It comes from a trusted source. So I do think these kind of custom extensions of schema are really interesting. But again, on the external facing side, it's a lot about what platforms choose to pick up and use what pieces of it. Now on the internal side, thinking about product-oriented search, we use it a little bit more as just guideposts. What is it that you would want to put on a piece of news content or on a piece of audio that hopefully these platforms are going to pick up, but that we could also use as a signpost to display to our users, and ultimately also use as a piece of our algorithm in terms of how we rank content. We can make decisions. It kind of provides us a starting point rather than being like, I don't know what metadata belongs on this type of content. So that's how we use it as well.
Thank you, Dan. That was amazing.
Awesome.
Thanks, Dan. We have a 15-minute transition to the next, and in this room is Jared Spool, and then in room 5 is Elizabeth Hadley Rich. So see you at 10:45.
And very briefly, I just want to mention just one other thing, actually two other things. One is that I do have a written article based on this talk. That's available at bit.ly/NPR-search. So if you want to go back and revisit anything I said, I know I plowed through a lot. It is there on the NPR Design blog. The other thing I will mention is that NPR Design has 2 open internships that we're accepting applications for, as well as an open temporary product designer role. So if you're interested in either of those, come talk to me. Internships across NPR are open, over 50 internships right now. So if you know anyone, have them apply. We are just north of Union Station here in DC. And thank you so much.
So I'm here to introduce Jared Spool, who it would take the whole hour to talk through everything that he's done and contributed to our professions. He was engaged in our professions even before user experience, information architecture, or even usability was coined. So we're really thankful that he's here spending the day with us. He is the founder of User Interface Engineering, which we all are familiar with, and now its latest manifestation in Center Center. So please welcome Jared.
Thank you, thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Hey, putting on something like this takes a tremendous amount of work. There's been a team of volunteers been working on this for months, and really putting it, Natalie and the whole crew. Let's make some noise for these folks. Okay, so our story today starts with understanding how companies invest, and in particular, invest in user experience and things like information architecture and other things like that. And if we want to start there, we should probably ask the question, who has made the most investment? Where has the biggest investment in UX happened? And if we want to isolate that down to a single product or service, we'd be surprised to find out what that was. It turns out it was, in fact, in 2014, the largest we've been able to find, was an investment in something called the Disney Magic Band. The Disney Magic Band was a $1 billion wearable project that Disney embarked on. $1 billion, right? So, for those of you who've never experienced the Magic Band, you typically buy these things when you book your vacation at one of the theme parks, and when a few weeks later you get this box that's beautifully decorated with your favorite Disney characters. Every member of your family has their own Magic Band that has been customized to them, and these bands are technology rich with 3 different radio transmitters in them, a GPS, a low-frequency Bluetooth, and a near-field communication system. And you can use them to do things like open your hotel room door, you can get VIP access to amusements and rides, you can walk into any retail space and just pay for things by waving your arm, even on purpose. And my favorite feature, which is that your favorite characters, if you bring a 6-year-old to the park and it's their birthday, their favorite character will actually use the GPS on the band to find them in the park and come over and wish them a happy birthday. It's a little creepy, but it's cool. Uber has taught us that creepy and cool can coexist. Let's get into strangers' cars. The thing that surprised me the most about the Magic Band project isn't just that Disney spent $1 billion on it, but was that Disney pulled this off. And the reason this surprised me was that my first experience thinking about user experience at Disney started back in 1997 when we were investigating the work that was being done at the time by what was called the Disney Parks and Resorts Division, which is the same group that put together the Magic Band. And that group had just released what they thought was state-of-the-art web design, which was this. And so back in 1997, this was the best Disney could do. And the way they approached web design was they basically looked at it as a, you just take an informational site and you put it out there in a way that just has a little bit of Tinkerbell on it, and you're done. And that was their thinking. And it was a very, very hard website to use. They rolled out a version of their booking system that allowed you to book vacations, but it really was almost impossible to do. In fact, almost every transaction in the booking system resulted in calling their 800 number to actually finish the transaction with the call center. So the site was very difficult. In fact, it was so difficult that for almost a decade, we used it to train people how to do usability tests. Turns out that when you're training professionals on the techniques of usability testing, having something that's extremely unusable to test makes it much easier, because you get to the unusable things faster. And over time, as we were improving the training, we discovered that there were certain tasks that we gravitated to because they were so hard to do. One of my favorites was a test task that involved finding a particular hotel. Now, we had gotten to this task because we had been working, exploring what it was like to book vacations at Disney, and we found this mother of a 6-year-old who was absolutely in love with trains. And she wanted to stay at a hotel that would allow them to take the monorail every day to go someplace in the park. And she wasn't a person of extensive means, so she was looking for, in essence, the least expensive hotel that's on the monorail at Walt Disney World. Now, for those of you who are familiar with Walt Disney World, there are 3 resorts on the monorail at Walt Disney World. There's the Grand Floridian, the Contemporary, and the Polynesian. 2 of those are excessively expensive. The last one is the Polynesian. So that's the answer to the question. Should be straightforward. Turns out this was not a straightforward task, and we started to keep statistics on it. And what we learned very quickly was that out of every 100 people that we would test with this, only about 10% would actually be able to figure out that the Polynesian hotel was the hotel they should stay at. But what was even more fascinating was that approximately 20% of the people who we watched do this task accidentally would find themselves on the Disneyland website instead of the Disney World website. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with the difference between Disneyland and Disney World, there are many, many differences. The most important probably being that they are 3,000 miles apart. And the thing about the Disneyland and Disney World difference is that we weren't sure why these people were landing there. So as one of the things you train people when you train usability testing is you have to train folks to understand why they made to try and understand why they made the choices they made. Was it because they didn't know the difference between the parks? Was it because they preferred Disneyland over Disney World? Was it because they knew the difference between the parks, but for some reason they didn't realize they'd somehow clicked over to that part of the information architecture? What was it that caused that issue? And so we would train folks to ask follow-up questions. You can't just come out and say, why did you make that mistake? That's not going to work. So you have to ask in a more subtle, nuanced way. So we would train them to ask questions like, could you ride the monorail from that hotel to Epcot Center? And inevitably, the participants in the study would turn back to the computer, they'd click around the website for a few moments, they'd turn back to the moderator, and they'd say, yes, yes you can. Now I just want to point out that the monorail is a 6-car train that travels at 30 miles per hour and has no restrooms. So going the 3,000 miles from Disneyland to Disney World is a very long journey. But this was the state of the art in 1997. Years later, I was telling this story at a conference, and this woman comes up to me after the presentation. I look at her badge, and it says Disney Parks and Resorts. And she says, I want to tell you something. I'm like, okay. She says, you can't tell anyone. Like, okay. She says, it turns out that problem with people picking hotels in Disneyland, this happens all the time. So I check with my contacts who work for Disney, and sure enough, I learned that in fact, Disney keeps a block of hotel rooms reserved for people who show up at the park with the wrong coast reservations. Right? Because Disney does not want your vacation to be ruined for this. So they actually keep inventory available, even when the park is otherwise sold out. They will keep a block of rooms open, rooms they could sell for big money, just to accommodate this problem. Think about that for a second, right? In 1997, the state of Disney was that it was cheaper to keep this active inventory unsold than it was to fix the damn website. Right? So if we go back to 1997, this is where we're at. Yet here in 2014, they come out with probably the most aggressive, most interesting user experience effort we've ever seen. How did they get from that website to the Magic Band? That's the question that I want to answer. And to answer that, we first have to sort of look at, well, how do people learn to do things they don't know how to do? It was clear that Disney did not understand how to do this. And to do that, we have to sort of dip our toes in some theory. And one of the theories says that there are basically 4 stages that any individual goes through when they're learning information architecture, or they're learning design, or they're learning how to cook, or they're learning a language. Anything you're learning, there are basically these 4 stages. The first stage we call unconscious incompetence. And unconscious incompetence is when we don't know how to do something, which makes sense, we're just starting, but we don't know how to do it. And the first few things we create, we think are fantastic. Right? We are happily creating stuff, and we keep doing this. You know, we cook food, we make music, whatever it is, we happily go about doing that. And this stage is where many people stay until an inflection point. And usually the inflection point is a friend approaches them and says, please stop. You're not that good at this. And it's at that moment when the person realizes something they didn't know, that there's a difference between good and bad. And they hadn't realized that difference. To them, creating anything was good. And suddenly they're sort of stuck at this distinction. And so we get to this moment where we're sort of stuck at this idea of good versus bad quality. And that's when we enter the stage of conscious incompetence. When we get to conscious incompetence, we're now aware that there is this difference, that some things can be good quality, some things can be poor quality, but we have no control over it. We're still incompetent at what we're doing. So we're just producing stuff, and because it's hard to produce good stuff, we tend to produce bad stuff. That's much easier. And so the thing about unconscious incompetence is that it's a very blissful stage. We're just making stuff, we're enjoying it, we're really having a great time. When we get to conscious incompetence, we're now woefully aware at how bad we are at these things, and suddenly we are unhappy about this. We get depressed. Some people persist, and that persistence ends up getting us to start understanding the rituals of producing good design, whether it's playing rudiments and scales and understanding how to actually follow sheet music, whether it's following a recipe when we're cooking, whatever it is, we are learning how to do this. And by following those rituals, by doing those things, we end up in the stage of conscious competence. And the thing about conscious competence is we can produce decent results, not great results, but decent results. But those results that we produce are dictated by the recipes or the procedures or the sheet music that we're given. We have to have that in front of us. If we don't have that, we can't, and we step off of the path, we fail. So that stage stays for a long time. But at some point, we wake up one day and we realize that we don't need the recipe anymore. We don't need the sheet music. We don't need the process or procedure. We can just solve the problem based on our practice and experience. And at that moment, we end up with unconscious competence. And unconscious competence is that point where we're not thinking about the work. We can just produce good results without thinking about every step, every move. Now, what makes this interesting from the aspect of learning information architecture or learning design is that there are actually transitions. It's the transitions that are most interesting. And we can call the transition from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence, we can call that literacy, right? We are learning the difference between good and bad. And by learning this difference, we now can act on it and try and produce better things. But just knowing the difference is key. And we've all worked with team members who can't tell the difference. And because they can't tell the difference, they're blindly choosing bad outcomes. And we're having trouble explaining that to them. So we have to focus on literacy. When we're moving from conscious incompetence to conscious competence, we are now focused on fluency. This is when we start, if we're learning a language, to put together whole sentences and to be able to have conversations. And if we talk in terms of cooking, this is being able to put together menus and things like that. So now we are becoming more fluent. We understand that there's practices that get us to the things we need to get to. And when we talk about moving from conscious competence to unconscious competence, well, that's what we refer to as mastery. So when we talk about mastering our craft, we are just talking about this last piece here, this idea that we are getting better by working there. But in order to master the craft, we first have to become literate and we have to become fluent. And we often forget that. So now, how does this work with Disney? Well, Disney's an organization. It's not a person. So for organizations, the chart looks a little different. And the way the chart looks there is that there are actually 5 stages. And when we're talking about something like UX design, the first stage we call the dark ages. And the dark ages is when we're unconsciously incompetent and we don't know anything about users. Right? We're not thinking about them at all. We're just thinking about the business. We're thinking about the technology. The fact we can ship an app, that's amazing. It doesn't matter whether the app is usable or not. If the users want it, they'll learn it. So it was hard to create, so damn it, it's going to be hard to use. But what often happens in organizations is somebody shows up, and it happens now more and more, somebody shows up on the scene who actually understands users. And that new person emerges, and suddenly the team gets to start thinking about, well, how do we make a better experience for users? And at that point, we get to what we call spot UX design. And spot UX design is when a team makes an effort to make something better and often succeeds, but it's only that one effort, and they get lost, and the rest of the organization's old practices and habits pressure them back to the old way of doing things, and that small growth doesn't really happen. But then there's an inflection point, and the inflection point happens when someone who has some amount of role power in the organization says, you know, this UX thing, this is actually pretty important to us. We're getting beat in the marketplace, or you know, we're losing our standing, or there's some thing that says we need to start investing in this. They go out, they hire a design team, they hire a manager for that team, and suddenly they're now putting together this internal design service that is basically to help all the teams be able to actually produce better designs. And for many years, this was what we thought the design was, right? That we would build these design teams, we would have all the different types of designers on these teams, and we would bring them into projects, and we'd take advantage of them, we'd use them. But it turns out that there's more to this. We thought that, you know, this would be it. If we could just get a big design team and we could have the management of that team get a seat at the table, because apparently there's a table that we have to have a seat at. The funny thing about the seat at the table thing is that no matter what department you talk to in an organization, they all wish they had a seat at the table. So I don't actually know who shows up at the table. Marketing wants to be there, IT wants to be there, everybody wants to be at the table. Where's the table? It has Herman Miller chairs. I know that much. We thought that would be the end goal, right? If we got a seat at the table and our team was represented in all the decisions, we'd be done. But it turns out there's another point, another inflection point. And that inflection point happens when the teams start to demand more. Right? You start working with a team and they love what the designer you've assigned to them is doing, and suddenly they're starting to get angry that you keep pulling that designer off and putting them on other projects. They get angry that every so often they have to bring a new designer up to speed because the designer that they had has to go do something else. And they start wanting their own design resources, and they no longer want to share those resources, and they want to manage those resources, and so they want their own embedded UX designers. And at that point, we get to the embedded UX design stage. And for a long time, we thought this was the ultimate goal. I mean, if we could get a designer on every team, that would be fantastic. But we found that there was another inflection point. And that other inflection point happens when suddenly people who never identified as designers, never had the title, never thought of themselves as a designer, are starting to make smart design decisions. And that process of making smart design decisions, they're doing design work, but they don't think of themselves as designers. So we have all these non-designers designing. We have developers who are actually coming up with a decent first version of whatever it is without any help from a designer. We have product managers who are thinking, I have two choices. I'm going to pick the one that's better for the users, not necessarily the one that's easiest to ship. And suddenly, we are now in what we call infused UX design. And in infused UX design, design teams are making decisions as a whole, not as, well, the designer decides. It turns out that Disney, when we saw them in 1997, they were definitely in the dark ages. They just needed to ship a website. Users didn't matter. But in 2014, they were definitely at infused UX design. Everybody in the organization, everybody in parks and resorts was making decisions based on what would be best for the user. And that process took them 17 years. So if you're imagining where your organization might be in this progression, and you are less than 17 years into it, you are ahead of Disney. I'm just going to point that out. Congratulations. Here's the thing. Disney's an organization, and while it's nice to think of the maturity of a whole organization, it's actually not easy to do. In fact, it's almost impossible. In order to figure out what the maturity is, we have to realize that organizations are, in fact, well, made of teams. And in any given organization, we're going to have lots of teams, and those teams are going to be all over the spectrum. Similarly, we're going to have some teams that are well advanced and are asking for their own design resources and not putting up with the centralized team anymore. And we have some teams that are still in the dark ages, that don't even know that users exist. So we're going to have to constantly be looking at how do we serve as the design leaders within the organization. We're going to have to think about, well, how do we serve all of these different teams simultaneously? So that's one of the that is a struggle that we have, but it's even harder because to figure out where a team is, we have to deal with the fact that teams are actually made of people. Everything eventually comes back to Soylent Green. And in particular, teams from a UX perspective are made of influencers, a particular type of people. These are all the people who influence a project. They may or may not think that they are on a team, but if they are influencing that team's work, they are part of that team. They are affecting that team's decisions. So it's not just the designers who are on the team, it's the developers who are making design decisions, the product managers who are making design decisions, the people in regulation and compliance who are making design decisions. The HR people who are deciding how many designers we get are making a design decision. The budget people, the finance people who are deciding how much money we're going to invest on a project are making a design decision. All of these people are influencing the project, and we have to look at the maturity of all of those people. And when we look at that, what we see is that while our designer may understand how to serve everybody on the team, we have lots of other people who may not understand what we're trying to do. And it turns out that to figure out where a team is at, we have to look at the individuals. And the individuals that we look at, it turns out we don't average them, even though that would be tempting, and we don't look at who the most advanced person is. Like, it's not like if we get somebody who's even more advanced, the team suddenly moves up. Turns out it doesn't. The way a team moves up is by taking the person who is least mature and getting them to be, because the person who's least mature is the one who's holding the team back. We've all worked on teams where someone didn't get it, and it stopped us from doing all the really good things we wanted to do. So, as design leaders, our most important job is to get that least mature person to become more mature, to actually move and become fluency. And that turns out to be the path to more maturity, is to focus on those least mature people in the organization. Get them to be more literate and then more fluent. So, to sort of see this in operation, I want to take you back even further than 1997. I want to take you back to 1953. And in 1953, Honeywell came out with the H model thermostat. And this was a complete change in the way how people thought about home furnishings and design. Because this unit captured the world's imagination as to what something as innocuous as a control for a thermostat could be. Before the H model, the way you controlled the temperature in your house was there'd be a switch where you literally turned on the furnace until someone was uncomfortable, and then they would go up and turn it off, and then you would turn it on again and stand your ground. And this was the process. The H model allowed you to agree on a temperature and just pick it and stay there. And this unit was designed by the amazing designer Henry Dreyfuss and his team. And they came in and they did all the things in 1953 that we think of as good design practice. They studied users, they created prototypes, they tested those prototypes, they rolled things out incrementally. It was really remarkable. And because of that, Honeywell owned the thermostat market for decades, until 2011, when the Nest came out. A similarly round design with a completely different approach to how a thermostat works. Now, you may not know this, but in the District of Columbia and 33 states, it's now law that if you give a design talk, you have to mention the Nest. There's still pending legislation in another 10 states. Wyoming doesn't care. But none of us care about Wyoming, so it's even. The thing is that I'm not going to talk about how awesome the Nest is designed. In fact, I'm not that much of a believer in this. To my perspective, it's basically the Eye of Sauron in your house. But what I'm most interested in is actually a different question that nobody ever asks, but is really important, which is, why didn't Honeywell invent the Nest? Honeywell owned the market. They were the market leader. Why did they not invest the Nest? This is a really important question to answer, because most of us work in companies that are like Honeywell. And how do we prevent the next Nest from coming along? Well, to understand that, there's one more maturity model we have to get our head around, and that's how markets mature. When something first comes into the market, we enter a phase called the technology phase, and at this phase, we are basically focused on just making the technology work. What does it take to just get the technology to work? This is the Motorola SeaTac. It was a $4,000, 4-pound cell phone that barely worked. You had to buy 2 of them because whoever you were going to talk to needed one too. And but it worked, and it took off, and people loved it. And they owned the market for a long time. But then there was an inflection point, and the inflection point happens when a competitor emerges. And suddenly there were competitors from Nokia and Ericsson and other folks, and they were producing these phones. And the stage that you get into then is all about features. What features do these phones have versus what features do those phones have? And those of you who are old enough to remember phones from those days, it was all about what features. And you're like, I just want a phone to make a phone call. It's like, yeah, you can't just buy that anymore. You have to have all the features. Nokia came out with the N95 in the end of 2006. And the N95 could do fast frame video. It had all this incredible music capability. You could send videos through SMS. It was all of this crazy stuff. But it never took off. 6 months later, Apple introduced a phone where it wasn't about the features. It was about the experience. And that's what happened when the iPhone came out. Was that suddenly we got to this point where there are no more features anybody cares about. What they want is just something that will do the work that they would like to have this thing do. Now, for a long time, we thought this was the end of this progression. But it turns out there's one more stage. And that's when the product becomes part of something much bigger. Right now, nobody buys an iPhone because they want to make calls. In fact, we've breeded a whole generation of people who refuse to use the phone for a phone. Right? And will do anything they can to go some other direction than actually talk on the phone. And so it's no longer about a phone. It's about being part of a bigger ecosystem, about being part of a bigger thing. And the phone part of it just becomes a commodity. And this is most obvious in really niche places, like Wi-Fi on an airplane. A few years ago, American Airlines sued the company GoGo, who made their in-flight Wi-Fi system. They sued them to try and break the contract that they had. They had a 10-year contract. They were 5 years into it, and they wanted to break it because GoGo had let their technology lag. And the connectivity on American planes was so bad that customers were actually switching to other airlines like United because the Wi-Fi was better. Imagine losing customers to United. That's how bad things had gotten. And so suddenly, American felt threatened by this, and they're like, you know what, we want to break the contract so we can get a new vendor in here and we can get better technology. The judge ended up throwing the case out. They ended up settling out of court. The judge said his reason for throwing it out was, who is stupid enough to sign a 10-year contract for Wi-Fi? So they ended up settling. GoGo ended up coming up with better technology. Everybody's happy now. But the thing is that that little piece of technology is part of a bigger thing, and it was affecting the bigger thing, even though it was seen as just a commodity inside that thing. We as passengers don't care what Wi-Fi system is being used. We care how effective the entire experience is. That's the commodity stage. So, the thing about these stages is that you can't really start to work on the experience and commodity stage until you are at infused UX design. So we have to mature, or someone else will get there before us. But I haven't yet quite answered the important question, which was, why didn't Honeywell invent the Nest? And using these models, we can sort of see what happened there. First, the H model was definitely a technology play. There was nothing out there before that. It was the thing people wanted, and they had no choice. Honeywell then dabbled with programmables for a while, but the user interfaces on those were so complicated and so hard to use that people never really adopted them. And the Nest succeeded because it is actually a minimal user interface. You turn it on, it uses machine learning to learn your behavior. It picks the temperature you want. It just tells who's fighting whom and then determines who's in the house. And so that's how it works. But the real answer comes when we look at the organizational maturity, because Spot UX design was what the first H model was. It was a one-time project at Honeywell. Henry Dreyfuss came in, he did his design magic, people loved it, and then when they were done, when they shipped the product, he and his team packed up their stuff and they left. And Henry Dreyfuss did what all great designers eventually do. He died. No, really. Trust me, if you're a great designer, you will die too. It's just a matter of time, I promise. So, Honeywell was left without any understanding of what good design was as soon as he packed up and retired and then passed away. Whereas the Nest started at infused UX design. They got there first. That was their first stop. And I've had people tell me, well, maybe Honeywell didn't care. Honeywell's a big company. They make lots of things. The thermostat market was a really small part of their overall income. They make all sorts of industrial control systems. This was not a big market for them. Like, okay, that's fine. How not a big market is it? Well, Google paid $3.2 billion for the Nest. That's a pretty not big market to want to ignore. And I'm betting that Honeywell's folks would have been much happier to have part of that. But here's the thing that really is intriguing. What was it about Nest that made them UX infused? And our first thinking was that this is something we see in startup teams these days. We see startups that start way over here. And we, when we first started thinking about this, thought that every organization was like Disney or Honeywell, that they had to go through all the stages. But startups have this magical quality. They somehow pull it off without going through all the stages. How is that? Well, our first theory we called the stem cell theory, which was that this idea that stem cells are basically these different cells that form in the human body that are in all mammals and most life, that when the embryo first forms, their purpose is just to reproduce. They just make more cells. And they double and they double and they double, and that's what they keep doing. But they don't die off like other cells do when they're done with their function. They turn into something else. Some stem cells become liver cells, some stem cells become colon cells, some stem cells become stomach cells. And we thought, well, maybe that's what happens when you have small startup teams. They're like in an embryonic stage, and they can pick whatever stage they want to start at. And then over time, they just sort of end up there. But it turns out that that theory, while enticing, was not the answer. There was a better answer. And the answer was this. When Honeywell first started, when the Nest first came out, Honeywell was at this point where they had people all over the spectrum. They had not made any real investment in UX. Many of their people didn't understand who the users were or what they needed. They pretty much owned the market, so they didn't think they had to do anything different. And as a result, they had these people who were all over the spectrum. Nest, on the other hand, when they were started by a guy named Tony Fadell. Tony Fadell was the lead designer behind the iPod, the iPhone, and the iPad. And Tony Fadell did what many startup founders do. He went to Apple and he rated the rest of his team that worked with him there. And they all went over to Nest. So his starting team were all people who were extremely design mature. Not because they had some magical qualities, but because they had already gone through this practice at other companies. And then, as they grew the company, the only way you could get a job there, because everybody who was interviewing was a designer, the only way you could get a job there was to know something about design. If you didn't know something about design, you couldn't get a job. Even if you were applying for accounting, you could not get a job if you didn't understand design, because they didn't want to deal with accounting people who didn't understand design. So everybody who came there understood design. So they started as a design-infused company by just hiring people who already knew that. Honeywell did not have that choice. The only thing Honeywell could do, potentially, is fire everybody and rehire people who understand design. Or train them up. But as a startup, they didn't have to do that. They had an advantage. Now, there's one more thing about this that I want to explain. And that thing is that there's another inflection point. Turns out that even when you're in infused UX design, you're still battling this momentum in the organization where there's this perception that if something works technically, if it meets the business needs, we can ship it. It doesn't matter if the design is not a great design. It only matters that it works because we can fix it in the next release. Right? That becomes the mantra. Well, we'll fix it in the next release. For the longest time, I thought that was Microsoft's tagline. We're going to fix it in the next release. And turns out there's an inflection point that happens. And that's when everyone understands the importance of design to the point where suddenly it has to work technically, it has to meet the business needs, and it has to be delightful. Disney's Magic Band was 2 years late. It was supposed to come out in 2012. It took them 7 years to produce that project. And for 2 years, senior management was, and by senior management I mean like Michael Eisner and Bob Iger and Roy Disney were talking to the team every day, asking if they were ready. Are we going to ship it? They were so paranoid that a competitor was going to beat them to it, that they were focused on getting to that moment, right, of shipping. But 2 years it wasn't ready. And because it was not going to deliver the right experience. I mean, you could use the band to open the hotel room doors, you could use it to pay for some of the things in the park, but it wasn't ready for the vision they'd set. And every day, the product management would say, we're not ready yet. The board members would back off and say, okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow. And that's what they did for 2 years. That thing, waiting for design to be the experience you want, we call that the UX tipping point. When you get to that inflection point, that is, as far as we know, the end game. That's what we're shooting for. So now, how do we get there? We like to talk about process, design process. And the way we tend to talk about design process is this automated, mechanical thing. We pull the ball back, we let it go, and the process takes care of itself. And we are so fixated on process that it's hard to go to any collection of designers or IAs or whoever and not get in a conversation of what's your process, right? When we interview new candidates, that's one of the most important questions we ask them. What's your process? What should I put in my portfolio? We want to see your process, right? We fetish on process. I don't know why we ask new candidates what their process is. It's not like we're going to let them use it. Hell, we are highly unlikely to let them use our process because we don't get to use our process. Because process, it doesn't work. Process is what we use to get something done, but it won't be what we use to get the next thing done. We have to change it up. That's because we have to adapt to situations. We have to have situational awareness. And this idea of situational awareness is, we have to think about it, right? So this is a sports ball field, right? And when the players come running onto the football pitch or the basketball diamond or whatever it is, right? They don't come out with this giant Gantt chart that has swim lanes for every player. And the coach doesn't say, Harold, at 4 minutes and 22 seconds, I'd really like you, please, to score. Because that's where you scored last game, and it worked really well. can you just make sure you score at that moment, right? That's not how this project is going to work, right? Instead, we come in and we assess the field and we figure out what the situation is. We look at their strengths and weaknesses. We look at our strengths and weaknesses. We figure out who's on which injured list. We figure out what the conditions of the field are. We look at all these things, and we have to be completely adaptable to these types of elements. So it's a more systemic approach. And design is a systemic activity. It is not a process. We are not factories producing exactly the same thing every time. We are producing something different every time, so we have to think about the system dynamics. And as a result, we can't think about it from a process standpoint. We have to think about it in terms of the way the sports ball teams think about it, and they think in terms of having a set of plays. In sports ball, a playbook is made up of plays which are completely set based on that particular set of situations. These are the plays that we are going to adapt to, and we don't know what order we're going to do them in, and we don't know whether we will do all of them or some of them, or we'll repeat some of them 3 times, or we'll never do it at all. We pick and choose based on the situation. And so we come up with a set of plays. And we went out and said, okay, well, what are all the different ways that teams have been successful? And we found 130 different strategic plays that teams used. And we started to sort them, and we realized some of the plays are great for teams that are still struggling with literacy. Some of the plays are great with teams struggling with fluency. Some of the plays are sticking with mastery. And by the way, I'm going to give you a link to the slides. But I'm okay if you want to take a picture, in fact. And these are just some of the plays. There's 130. This is just a small subset of the plays that are here. But there's still 111 to go. But there's 3 that I sort of want to point out in the last few minutes that we have for this. And those 3 are, we'll start with what we call immersive exposure. Immersive exposure is what happens, it's a literacy play, it's what happens when we get folks out into the world to actually see what it's like to be users. And this is like the starting point. If you did nothing else but focused on exposure in your organization, you would see a tremendous improvement in the quality of the products that you ship, because the people working on them would now know that users exist and now know how awful the experience is. We often in our field talk about how we have to teach people empathy. We don't have to teach anybody empathy. You cannot learn empathy. You either have empathy or you don't. Most people have it. The remaining people are technically called sociopaths. So you either have empathy or don't. What we don't do is give them access to use their empathy, because we keep them insulated from the people they're supposed to empathize with. So they are just completely unaware. If we can get them exposed to those people, we can do that. Most organizations start with regular usability testing. And by the way, it's usability testing, not user tests. I'm on a mission to get people to stop using the phrase user test. We are not testing the users. We are testing the design. It's a usability test. But that's a place to start, but that will limit you if that's where you stop. You really need to start to get out into the field, meet people in their own environments, see what's going on. This is everybody. Every influencer on the team has to get into the field, because it turns out that when we started to count the number of hours people were exposed, we saw this hockey stick that happened in the quality of the product at a minimum of 2 hours every 6 weeks. So if we can get teams to spend, each member of the team spend a minimum of 2 hours every 6 weeks, that's only, out of 240 hours, that's a very small percentage. It's 1% of the time that we're talking about. If we can spend 1% of our time actually with users, watching them use the designs, we will see a dramatic improvement. And you can do simple things like create what we call a simple journey map, where we take the milestones that someone has to do to use whatever it is we're delivering, and we map it on a scale of extreme frustration to extreme delight, and suddenly we say, okay, this part was delightful, this part was frustrating, these parts were delightful, these parts were frustrating, and we map all this out. Now, once we've done this, we now have a picture as to where we need to focus. And that exposure got us there. And we can now talk on a common language. So that's the first play. If you can just do that, you will be seeing improvements pretty quickly. The second one is to then form what we call a shared experience vision. And an experience vision is a picture of what the design will be like at some point in the future, say 5 years from now. And this is both a literacy and a fluency play, because now we are talking about not just the difference between good and bad, but how we're going to get there. And when we think about the vision is basically a flag in the sand that everybody on the team can see. But it's like 5 years going away. We're going to take baby steps between now and then, and it's going to take us 5 years to get there. But because we all can see it, we can converge on that point, no matter where we start at. And so we have to make sure everybody understands what the vision is. How do you figure out what the vision should be? Well, it turns out that's actually not that difficult once you understand what your current experience is. Because you just asked the question, what would happen if we made it delightful all the way across? So that becomes our shared experience vision. The third play is what we call a culture of continuous learning. This is useful both for literacy, fluency, and mastery. Because what we want to do is set up this place where we are constantly learning more about who our users are, what they need, what our tools are, what our capabilities are, what new things we could tackle. We want to always be learning. Now, in our field, in the tech field in general, we're always hearing about this idea that we have to be open to risk, which means we have to be open to failure. And to do that, we have to be happy with failure. We have to enjoy failure. We have to encourage failure. We cannot be fail resistant. But here's the thing. Nobody even though we all say this, nobody likes it when the CEO calls us into the office and says, so why did we fail? Well, sir, the reason we failed was because that's the only way we can learn. So we wanted to fail, and because we wanted you to learn something, we chose to fail really big so you would notice. Right? Yeah. This answer does not make anybody happy. What we'd rather be called into the CEO's office and be asked is, what did we learn? Right? And if we create a culture of continuous learning, we can do that. Now, Natalie mentioned Center. Center is our school for UX designers in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And it's a 2-year program, and throughout that program, the students are always working on real-world projects that are supplied by companies, and sometimes those projects don't go well. But every day we have a stand-up, because we're trying to teach them what it's like to be an employee, so we do employee rituals, and so one of the things we do is a stand-up. And the stand-up has the standard questions that you ask in stand-ups. What you do since the last stand-up, what are you planning to do before the next stand-up, what's your highest priority, what's standing in your way? But we added a 5th question. And the 5th question is, what's the most important thing that you learned, and how will it change what you do in the future? And every day, the student has to reflect, and not just the student, the staff member, the faculty members, everybody has to reflect and think about what is the most important thing they learned. And that's really fascinating. When you have everybody thinking about what they learned, when you have the CEO coming to the meeting and saying what they learned that they didn't know, it changes this perception that CEOs and executives always know everything, and we just have to wait for them to tell us what they want, to, hey, they're learning just like we're learning, and the most important thing are the things we need to learn. So those are the 3 plays. If you just do these, there's 127 more that we found, but if you just did these 3 plays, you would see marked improvement in what your organization's producing. And if you did that, you would be in a situation where one day you could have the experience that many of the people at Disney had, where they got to watch a 6-year-old walk up and put their magic band up next to what's called the Magic Mickey, who then authenticated them and let them into the park, and makes this little boop noise that is specially tuned such that all of the Disney employees who are standing in a 15-foot radius of that entry point turn around, look at the kid, and say, "Happy birthday, Angela." Okay, it's a little creepy, but it's cool. That's what great design can do. So, just to summarize here, people learn from by growing from unconscious incompetence at least up to conscious competence, and we have to help folks get there. We need to grow our efforts by taking folks from UX design as a service all the way to embedded UX design and eventually to infused UX design. And to do that, we're going to need some sort of playbook. We're going to have to adapt situationally, and we're going to have to find what it takes to become design driven. If this fascinated you at all, we do a workshop. The next one's in April. It's got 4 seats left. There's another one in June after that. We basically go through all 130 plays. You create your own playbook for your team. So teams often bring their development and product peers with them, and they create a playbook together, and that becomes their action plan for the next 6 to 8 months. We've also created a new newsletter called UX Strategy with Jared Spool. That's me. Every week we take something about those plays and we put it into the newsletter, telling stories of what we're seeing in our research. And we've created this new landing page for this talk. It's at uie.com/tipping, and if you go there, you'll get a copy of this presentation. You'll get the transcript and the slides in case you want that. There are articles on many of the things I talked about if you want to learn more about that. And you can sign up for the newsletter there. Finally, all the information that we've produced exists on the UIE site. You can start there. If we're not connected on LinkedIn, please reach out and connect to me there, or you can reach out to me with this email address. And finally, you can follow me at @JMSpool on the Twitters, where I tweet about design, design strategy, design education, and the amazing customer service habits of the airline industry. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for encouraging my behavior.
Okay, awesome. So thanks for coming to World IA Day, everybody. I'll be kicking off this afternoon's Lightning Talk series with designing content for an untrusting world. Largely, your average content consumer, regardless of what form they take, whether they're a shopper or a reader, are overwhelmed with the amount of content that they have available to them. And with recent phenomenon like fake news, they're increasingly wary of what content they choose to consume. And there's a little bit of fear there. Am I going to take something in and believe it as true only for it to be determined false later? So this lightning talk is going to look at how our own truths are formed, how we evaluate information when it's compared to those truths, and then some techniques for designing content to hopefully combat some of that wariness on behalf of your consumer. Oh, I've got a spinny rainbow wheel on my end. Okay, there we go. But before we begin, let me introduce myself really briefly. I'm Clara Fritz. I'm a senior analyst at Enterprise Knowledge, which is a professional services firm down in Arlington. We do all kinds of knowledge management and strategy, data and information management, engineering, as well as technical solutions. Personally, I've got a background in graphic design, which marries quite nicely with a lot of search strategy and design and content strategy and design work I do. I'm wireframing almost every day, and when I'm lucky, I get to facilitate some design thinking sessions with our clients. And since we have such a short amount of time to spend together, I also want to briefly give you an overview of how we're going to make our path forward through these next few minutes together. So first, I'm going to look at what makes us not trust information. How are we evaluating information to determine its trustworthiness? And then we're going to take a step back and look at how our own truths are formed in terms of how do we create something to evaluate information against. And then we're going to look at what erodes truth in the first place, which is a great segue into what I like to call the inconsistency problem, which is really running rampant these days. And then at the end, wrapping up with some techniques you guys can implement on your own when you're facing the unruly content design process. And the goal is hopefully every one of you will leave this lightning talk with the knowledge to build trustworthy content. So jumping right in, when we're presented with information, subconsciously, we immediately evaluate it against what we know to be true. And a way I like to explain this is think of that toy that toddlers play with, where you've got a cube-shaped block and you're trying to fit it into a square-shaped hole. The same process happens when we're presented with information. We evaluate it, see if it fits, and if it does, great. But when these don't align, this is when we're forced to evaluate not only the information we're presented with, but also the facts that we know to be true. And so thinking of that block, that's what we are trying to create essentially. How are these truths formed? How do we decide what we can guide or trust information against? So let's take the example that the sky is blue. This is something that a majority of the people in this room can agree that when you walk outside for a large part of the year, you look up and the sky is some semblance of a shade of blue. So every day incrementally, this truth is something that's formed within you from your own experience. But it's also confirmed when you look at paintings. So we know that at least artists have also seen the sky as blue for a very long time. We see that it's blue in photographs. And this truth then goes on to take forms in other medias, like video games. Regardless of what genre they are, the sky is blue. And what's really cool about this fact, because while it's technically sourced in the visual realm, we can also experience it in other forms, like literature. Author Haruki Murakami is quoted as saying, "The sky grew darker, painted blue on blue, one stroke at a time into deeper and deeper shades of night." So the sky is blue. It's a fact a majority of people can agree upon, and consistently throughout your life, it's been confirmed to you that this is a truth. So let's look at how this could happen in the professional realm. For us and a lot of people in this room, the employee handbook at your place of work is something that you access all the time. For us, it's filed away on our intranet under employee resources. The successful user path used to find the employee handbook, and every time that path successfully leads to them finding that handbook, that becomes a truth. The employee handbook is on the intranet under employee resources. This is also true for when I'm having a down day at work and want to see cute pictures of my dog. I know exactly where to go to find that information. And this is why folder structures are so popular. They're a personalized means of information architecture designed according to that person's own truths. So where does inconsistency come into play with all of this? Before we answer that, I'm going to pose a question to all of you. Why do mosquito bites itch? You can cue some imaginary Jeopardy music if that helps you jog a few ideas. Does anybody know?
Something the saliva.
What was that?
Yeah, something the mosquito leaves in the body.
Yeah, so that's part of it. We'll do a little mosquito countdown. Uh-huh.
Because we scratched them.
That I think so. So, unfortunately, while preparing this presentation, you're all wrong. I've learned that mosquito bites itch because when they bite you, your blood mixes with the blood of their previous victims, and when it happens to be a sheep, your blood becomes woolly, and that makes them itchy. And so this is an inconsistency, but it's in the realm of the humorous because it's so far out of the realm. So again, imagine that toy. It's not even a shape that you can fit your truth into. It doesn't even belong on there. So for us, it's a funny inconsistency, and we can quickly acknowledge that that inconsistency, it's it's a funny truth, if you would. But when it comes to current events, inconsistencies move away from the humorous and can quickly become genuinely confusing. So let's look at a few samples here. Police officer charged in the shooting death of an unarmed neighbor. Dallas police officer Amber Geiger says she entered Botham Sham Jen's apartment by mistake at the end of her shift. Casey Siegel reports. Okay, that's the story. And then we have this interpretation. Dallas police officer charged with manslaughter and fatal shooting of unarmed man in his own apartment. A Dallas police officer was arrested Sunday in connection with the shooting death of Botham Sham Jen, the Texas Rangers said. Amber Geiger, who was white, was off duty when she shot Jean, a black man, after mistakenly entering his apartment at the complex where she also lived, police said Thursday. So we've got two stories here. Are they both true? Are parts of these stories true? Which one do you choose to believe and why? Regardless of which one you think is most true or most aligns to the truth, is probably informed by your own belief system or your own set of truths, which is fine. But again, we introduce this idea that this can be genuinely confusing for certain people, and news outlets are well aware that their average consumer, they're looking for information that aligns with what they believe in. At the end of the day, it's a question of marketing, essentially. So if you can't avoid inconsistency, how can you address it? So ideally, you want to avoid this kind of thing. You want to avoid that total confusion of, I don't know what to believe, I don't know what's true, I don't know where to go from here. And we've learned that the best way to counteract this is with early, descriptive, and hyper-clear communication. Let's think back to the example that everyone knows where the employee handbook is located. It's filed under employee resources on the intranet. One day, it's not there anymore. You're wrongfully going about your way telling people how to find the employee handbook, they can't locate it, and now it's not a truth. I, being the paranoid kind of person that I am, would think things like, oh, they must be changing my PTO policy, or am I not going to be able to work from home anymore? Thinking, what are all the wrong things that could go with this? However, if we had someone like Helen from HR that reached out and said, hey, the employee handbook is no longer filed under employee resources because you guys access it all the time. You can now find it on the home page. It should save you all some time, but if you have questions, reach out to me. Helen does a great job here because she's addressing the fact that there is an inconsistency in the content or information architecture people are relying on and tells them why. So how do we begin designing content for truth? In the event that you have to address it, the inconsistency has to be made, but you're able to actually avoid the inconsistency, you can begin with the styling of that content. And I'm about to introduce a maxim which can be held true throughout your content design process to ensure that truthness of it. That the content creator should value familiarity and consistency over novelty. So we're looking at styling. For an example, the New York Times breaking news alerts haven't changed in at least 7 years, which is when I last subscribed. This is something that you get in your email on a regular basis, and anytime there's whatever they deem a breaking news alert, you get something like this. And we've run some really interesting sessions with our clients when they're confused about what a content type is or how it can help their users at the end of the day. We've taken something like this and we've hidden all of the words. We'll keep the red brick at the top, kept the heavy black block also at the top, and then this kind of grayer block at the bottom, as well as the universally recognized hyperlink blue at the bottom. And almost always, regardless of tenure or familiarity with web content, everyone can say the red is probably some kind of alert, or it's telling me what I'm looking at. The darker black piece is maybe the one thing I need to know. Everything that's grayer at the bottom where the lines of text would be, that's extra information if I want it, and then if I want it even more, the hyperlink is going to convey some of that to me. And so when it comes to writing, again, as I mentioned, familiarity and consistency over novelty. And I think in this current space and time of everyone being on this path to constant self-improvement, almost everything can really be seen as an instructional manual. And I'm personally trying to get better at cooking, so I spend lots of time on sites like Bon Appetit, which has its series of brands underneath it. One of the ones I really like is Healthyish. And one thing I realized is that regardless of what kind of recipe you're looking on under the Healthyish brand, you're getting recipe preparation steps that look like this. Narrative style, but it's also giving a lot of power to that person. You're the person that's placing a rack in the middle of the oven. You are heating oil in a medium saucepan. You are the one that's blending vinegar, tahini, and garlic together. It's giving this someone that's in the kitchen a lot of confidence in their abilities, and also saying like, yes, like you can do this. And what's really interesting is if you spend time on Bon Appetit's website looking at their different brands, all of their preparations, even though they're all doing the same thing, are all styled and written differently with a different voice. Those that are looking for more classical recipes, maybe they're catering to an older audience, they're very traditional in their preparation layout, and the voice and language changes. So, if anything, look for opportunities to implement consistency, whether it's in the styling or the writing. And some ways you can do this are begin standardizing styles across a content type. Maybe all your newsletters look the same, so that visually, without even the content in there, people can tell at the glance that this is a newsletter. Also consider your voice. Is there a oneness that's consistent across each iteration of that kind of content? And lastly, if you have to commit some kind of inconsistency, make sure that you communicate those changes clearly early and give them a why. And if you hopefully take away anything from this conversation, it's don't abandon the content consumer, because they're there and you're there to provide them with the information that they're looking for. And we can always design things better to suit whatever they're looking at for. But otherwise, that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks all for coming. My name's Claire Blaustein. I am a senior experience designer at Publicis-Sapient. I am a former content strategist / IA, so I have some identity issues and I'm really looking forward to the keynote this afternoon. But I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about creating living editorial style guides for agile projects. So I am a longtime fan of editorial style guides. I've written a few and revamped them in past jobs over my career. But when I started on my first really agile project earlier this year, I didn't feel like there was any space for something like a style guide because I got really spooked by the idea of working software over comprehensive documentation, because what is a style guide except for comprehensive documentation? But as the project went on, I realized that the reasons I would need one were the same whether the project was agile or not. It was just that the style guide had to take a different form and had to be agile itself. So why do you need a style guide? For the same reason that you want truth in your presentations. It's that consistency is the key principle of any good user experience. And in this case, a good style guide is a tool to ensure thoughtful consistency. And that's because a good style guide, like a really good one, is not just a list of rules, but it contains the explanations for why we use language the way that we do. So I'm going to talk about this in terms of a project. The project I was working on, which was called the Cancer Moonshot Biobank. And this is a 5-year research study where they're asking people with cancer to donate blood or tissue samples over the course of their treatment. And part of that is making sure that those people understand how important their contributions are to cancer research, because researchers can't understand how cancer changes unless they have samples to work with. So our part of this was a public-facing website, which was only about 9 pages, so a pretty compact platform, and then a logged-in portal for the patients, for their physicians, and then also for research coordinators. So one of the things that was really great coming into this project was that they had a really robust content development process already in place. It started out with creative briefs and stakeholder interviews, so the content was very focused on meeting a user need from the get-go. then the content was being developed within the design. This was new for me. I'm more familiar with working with existing content management systems, so the chance for us to build the content within the framework of the site meant that we were really seeing how the whole thing would come together organically. And it also stopped some of that, like, oh, we can just put one more paragraph in at the end, it's fine. Because if the page is this long, they know it's going to be this long. And then the other side of that was being able to do usability testing with the prototype really early on. Because it was filled with the real content, we could test it with people and see if what we had written and the way we'd written it resonated with them, if it made sense. So that all sounds awesome, and I know you're all really excited to do this project, but you know, every project has its challenges, and in this case, I was the challenge. I was coming onto the project midstream, so a lot of the content had been created, but it wasn't finalized yet, and I hadn't been there for any of the content conversations I would have liked to have been. I wasn't there for discovery. I wasn't there to know kind of how they were thinking about this, so I had a lot of catching up to do. Some other challenges were that while doing it in the prototypes is great, we were getting into a little bit of iteration swirl, and it was a large group of clients who were all content producers. So we were starting to churn on the same page over and over and over again, getting into a place where InVision comments were on top of InVision comments on top of that, which meant that we were actually delaying development because they couldn't finalize content because it was final V57 at this point. And it was also driving me insane, which wasn't super helpful either. So we needed some help. We needed something that could sit at the center of this process and be a source of truth, because they were starting to contradict themselves. Decisions that they had made weeks before, they either didn't remember that they had made them, or they're changing their mind because a new voice is coming into it. So we needed something. So at this point, enter the Living Editorial Style Guide, which is the thing I'm going to be talking about mostly today. And so any editorial style guide is a source of rules for how we talk about things, and then making it alive just means that the form changed a little bit. So this is my one GIF. I know my GIF game is not strong, but Blaustein, Frankenstein, whole thing. So to make a style guide alive, it needs to be three things. It needs to be collaborative, it needs to be generated based on need, and it needs to grow with the project. And there are some aspects to how you build it that will make this a little bit easier. So the first one is to keep it open. So picking a platform that is easy for everyone to access and update. In our case, it was Box Notes, because that's what we had. Google Docs, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. Though the lower fidelity, the better, because once you get into Word documents and especially into PDFs, people are going to treat this as a fixed object. And that's not really what it is. It's going to keep changing as the project changes. The second thing is to have a champion. So everyone needs visibility, but it's really helpful to have one person who's keeping this object top of mind as everything else is happening. So in that case, it was a small project, not a lot of people, that was me. But if you had a bigger project and more people involved in the content development process, it can be helpful to have multiple people's voices in. You just have to set aside some time to make sure everyone is always on the same page with what you've decided. So once you have those things, then it's time to let it grow. If you're coming in with it with some content already established, repetition is really helpful, because if you see something multiple times, there may need to be a rule around it. But really, where it's most useful is as a document for documenting discussion. So the things that you're talking about during content creation need a place to live so that we can go back and reference them later. So what are you looking for either repetition or discussion? There are some style guide usual suspects. So style choices, obviously, things like capitalization, do you use sentence case or title case in your headers, punctuation, so you can have the Oxford comma debate, it's fine. You should use it, but that's fine. Formality, thank you. Formality, so maybe in your branding discussions you've decided where you are on the spectrum of formal, but that has style implications, so do you use contractions or don't you? Do you use certain terms or not? And then there's word choices. So the biggest one is always, how do you refer to the thing, the product, whatever it is? How do you refer to yourself, and how do you refer to your users? And a lot of time for the last two, it's, we and you, we use that language on purpose because it connects us to the people we're talking to. But sometimes you have more than one person you're talking about, and wanting to use that terminology consistently is going to help make it for a better experience. And then there's technical vocabulary, which isn't quite, I think, the right word for it, but I was struggling to think of a better one. But when you're working with subject matter experts, which in my case were cancer researchers who are a ton smarter than I am and know a lot more about this, they use words in particular ways that have certain meanings. And it doesn't mean they have to actually be technical words. It can be very simple words, but that they've just put an entire world of meaning into, which you have no visibility into, and probably no one else does either. So if you don't get it, probably no one else will get it. So having those conversations to understand what they really mean when they say something means that you can propose a user-friendly equivalent, but that actually gets across the same meaning. So that all sounds like a ton, I know, but it's still agile, so we get an MVP, hooray! So the first time you take something from a Post-it note on your desk and put it in a shared platform, you have a style guide. That's all you need. And I went back in our versioning, because nice thing about some of these box notes in Google Docs is you can go back and look, and this was where we started. So the first draft had 3 things in it. One of them was the name of the program. So the first time we said Cancer Moonshot Biobank. After that, because the first time and the subsequent times often are different, we used the biobank because we didn't want to use acronyms, and it was a nice chance to get away from that. And then there was another rule about not using the word program because it had some meanings that they weren't sure they wanted to get into, and we liked the specificity of biobank, so we wanted to give something not to do. Coming and going was another one, because even in 9 pages and like change, there were already so many variations on how we talked about either coming into the program or leaving the program. So there were at least 6 different versions of each already propagated. So we condensed them down. So joining, enrolling, signing up, participating all became join, and then we had unenrolling, leaving. I think there was one that was had some kind of complicated, like withdrawing one's samples from the project. And no, we're just going to deal with leaving. And then the last one is can versus may. And this was one of those ones where imbued meaning was kind of important, because there was a page that was using both, and it was using them what I thought was mostly interchangeably. So I was like, okay, let's just go with can. It's fine. It's less formal. It feels nice. That's great. But they wanted to use may in a particular way, because may to them, and I can understand this now, implies multiple possible outcomes. So they didn't want to use can when talking about research and its results or treatment, because you can't guarantee that something can do something. You say it might do it or it may do it, and so we settled on may, and that's how we used those going forward. So the last thing I'll mention as far as structure, and this is because, again, it's a lot of work, to put something, or it can feel like a lot of work when you're thinking about it down the line, but really this is something that grows alongside the product. But something else that's helpful is to have a backlog. So you have a place dedicated in your document, and it's literally just a header at the bottom, where you put 2 kinds of things. Ones are the ones where it's like, we had a conversation about this, but I don't know if it's ever going to come up again, and it may not be important, so I don't need to spend a lot of time on it right now, but I want to have it here just in case. And then the second bucket is things you know you need to deal with, but just don't have time for. So the backlog works the same way as it does in a project. You go back to it on regular and see how you can deal with these things and put them into the flow of your project, so that as the project goes on, the style guide continues to grow and change and adapt, and then at the end you have a fully fleshed out thing that you can rely on. This is what I think of, and I love these. I love Chicago. It's great. It's a wonderful tome of information, and my architect brain is so happy for cross-index numerical systems. It's awesome. But this is not the only way to do a style guide. And if you're doing it just this way, then you're limiting yourself of thinking of how it can be a really useful tool in an agile project where we can actually move faster. We can be more consistent. We can engender more truth because we are providing a good user experience. And it just means that the style guide itself has to be agile as well as the project. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Hello, I'm Mary Carol Mason, and I'm doing my presentation. You see search personalization, perils, and opportunities. So what I'm talking about today is, like, we're used to search personalization as a pretty vital tool to be able to help sort of use users' intent to be able to get them their information faster. But the other problem is that particularly Google's personalization techniques can also sort of basically reinforce the dissemination of false and inaccurate information. And so that's sort of what I'm going to get into today. And I'm getting a spinny rainbow. It's moving very slowly. So just to sort of introduce myself, I am actually background is as a communications and digital strategist. I've generally worked in-house for higher ed, but right now I'm mostly a master's student in the Interaction Design and Information Architecture program at the University of Baltimore. So if there are other UB people, yay. And so what are we talking about what do we mean by personalization? And just talking about when your search engine is using a variety of factors, including location, device, search history, etc., to determine user intent and present most relevant results. And so again, like we're used to it very much as a helper for things like shopping, where you see a lot of the personalization techniques is in these various sorts of helpful techniques, like for example, like the product, the product carousel. I'm a woman of a certain age, and anybody who has can see my shopping history knows I spend a lot of money on expensive skincare. So when I get things like moisturizer with SPF, that's really helpful to me. And again, like with the snippets on Google or the knowledge panel. For example, like right here in DC, if I'm talking about Abraham, if I put in Lincoln into the Google, I'm probably going to get the Abraham Lincoln knowledge panel. But if I were in Lincoln, Nebraska, I'm a lot more likely to get something about the location that I'm in. And again, I use Google a ton for cooking, so almost always if I put in something like roast chicken or cooking roast chicken, I'm going to get that snippet. But this can actually sort of like backfire in some ways. Google does have sort of the context of what they call like your money or your life, and where that, particularly in content that is vital for people's health, economic, and other well-being, they will like prioritize more authoritative content up top, but that doesn't always work as well as you would expect, as you can kind of see from the records here. So for example, if I do searching on information about vaccines, to a certain extent, what I get put back depends on how I phrase the long tail question. If I search under benefits of vaccines, I get all like very quality information or authoritative. But in other cases, if I search under pros and cons of vaccines in a way that makes it sound like I'm open to hearing other perspectives other than that you should get vaccinated, then I'm likely to get content that is less authoritative. And the shopping carousel automatically basically gave me books that are basically pointing out, basically from the perspective of vaccines are dangerous. And then on the second one, we'll talk more about how that happened, but you can see obviously the content is really confusing because it opted to choose the snippet that seems to answer the question, the long tail question, who was the first black president of the United States? And the headline is correct from the organization PolitiFact, which is very authoritative, but the content is wrong. And so we'll talk about how we get to that. Sort of as a note of how this personalization sort of works and kind of reinforces each other. Now, after working on this presentation, if I Google on my own device, who was the first black president, I don't get the regular snippet of Barack Obama. I get this. Because Google has learned that's what I want to see just because of how I'm, my search. Another aspect is just sort of like the poor sourcing. So you can see these are like steps for applying for an SBA loan. You would think that would come directly from the Small Business Administration website or maybe a lender that works for SBA loans, but no, this is a content farm. And basically that almost certainly happened because they scraped the content probably directly from SBA and then just sort of optimized it to end up in the snippet. So, in particular, what do we do when we don't want Google to like decide necessarily for us what's most authoritative and relevant? And of course, I have sort of like the icon with the news, but there's a lot of other information, things like government information, money, health, all sorts of things. You know, when we want to be able to sort of look at our sources more carefully and be able to judge them for ourselves. So Google actually denies a little bit that they do this much personalization, like in terms of action results, but independent research actually shows that that's not actually true. And sort of like this is a good quote, sort of like talking about from some of the research that I looked into for this, is that, you know, algorithmic personalization intensifies our selective exposure beyond our person's choice. In other words, it's basically reinforcing. It is reinforcing our very powerful cognitive bias towards repetition, that we believe things that we continue to hear even when they're not true. And so this is what a lot of independent research finds on this, particularly on news personalization, that past search behavior impacts the news results that you're given. The more that you use Google products, the greater are the effects of the personalization on what you get in your search results. And then on Google News in particular, the top 20% of news sources on Google News receive more than 86% of all impressions, which, okay, well that sounds fine, but that top 20% is based a lot more on traffic than it is on accuracy or reliability or non-bias in any way. And then plus, if you think about it, you know, how you get your news, there are a lot of subjects where, say for like, you know, subjects of local interest or like more niche interest, that, you know, the top 20% of news sites based on traffic are not necessarily going to have the best coverage of that particular topic. And then, so now like just thinking about, okay, so what's the impact on our search behaviors as a whole? So one recent study shows that 62% of mobile searches in June 2019 are one click, and then 13 to 21-year-olds are 2 times as likely as those over 50 to complete search after viewing just a knowledge panel. So what that sort of like kind of shows is that literally our search behaviors and our willingness to evaluate information are somewhat being changed by this information being sort of like fed to us. So it really does matter how that information is coming and whether it's coming from an accurate source, you know, whether like an algorithm is actually pulling information from a reliable source. So what do we do? So here's some just sort of like thinking about some techniques about where to go from here. So one of the things is to know how Google measures value to users, and these are some sort of basic like metrics that if you do anything with SEO, these are familiar. And one of the things, you know, I've always worked in-house. I've always worked for big organizations. So a lot of times the organizations I'm in are like, everybody knows who we are. We don't have to worry so much about our SEO. No. You know, or I've also worked places where they're like, oh, we got to get all the backlinks, but like people linking back to our data, but they're not really thinking about is that backlink coming from a quality source, or is it just sort of like dragging us down? Because backlinking to a sort of shady sort of site is not going to help you. Because your goal is not just being findable, that people can find you, but to also be authoritative. And so one way that you can sort of like work around this is like just sort of understanding how those snippets, those information snippets work. So the reason why this happened, even though this is a very sort of authoritative site, is that they kind of like opened their content on that page with this historical quote, which, you know, was sort of like an interesting way to sort of like in a human way to write to read the content, but it seems to answer a question: was the first black president John Hanson? You know, which is a long tail question, but then it turns out, you know, but because it's that quote, that answer turns out to be wrong, even though the rest of the article basically goes into why that's incorrect. So really what you want to be doing to sort of like make sure this sort of thing doesn't happen to you is to be, you know, writing using your inverted pyramid. Need to know, nice to know, and then optimize to answer a user's actual questions. And then also backing it up. Even if a human would look at your site and be like, yes, we are the people who have the authority on this subject. A lot of this is happening through AI, so your page needs to actually send the authority signals out to make sure that somebody who has maybe scraped your content isn't getting that content shoved above you. And then this is just sort of like, you know, basic good IA and SEO practice. Because what this will do is that even if you're competing for content in a knowledge panel or a snippet, this will also sort of like help make sure that your content is a little bit more likely to be very prominent on the page, you know, making sure that you're getting like those nice site links, you know, where Google has basically kind of like given you your top level architecture all on the first page of search results. You know, so if you're avoiding your corporate lingo, nice clear URLs, let the headings help you with your page hierarchy so that it crawls better and it's a better user experience for everybody. And then the other thing is it's just sort of infinite scroll is really popular right now, but it can be a little dicey, so maintaining footer navigation can be more helpful. And then sort of the last thing is claiming your knowledge. If you're working on a site for a prominent enough organization to have a knowledge panel, you can claim it, and you should. I just did like a quick survey of a bunch of very prominent news organizations. Only about 50% of them have actually done this part. And so what happens if you don't, is that you're sort of like dependent on the AI. It just pulls content from wherever and you don't have any control over it. If you've claimed it, then you can actually submit information for what you think should be there. And so that sort of helps you protect your own content and online reputation. And that's all for me today. And if you wanted to look at the references, there's a whole bunch of academic references. The slides are available at that link.
How's everyone doing? Those were some great talks. I'm not looking forward to following everybody up. Let's see. What's that? Yeah, I found it. It was a little hidden, but that's okay.
Too many layers of
So I'm Jason Stoner. I lead experience and strategy at MetroStar Systems. We're out in Reston. But what I'm going to talk about today is a little different than what others are talking about. It's how do you get started? There's a lot of big problems that we need to solve. But where do we start? How do we get going in the right direction? It's not an easy problem. Everybody struggles with it. When I came into the industry, I came in as a graphic designer. My heroes were Paul Rand, Milton Glaser, and some other people like that from the brand strategy. And for me, if I got a job working at Pentagram with Michael Beirut, that was my dream job. That was like my mecca. That's where I wanted to be. And then the 2000s hit and the technology boom happened. So this is a great place to be. And then Flash came about. Adobe Flash, Macromedia Flash, and it was a designer's dream. You could do whatever you want For anybody that was in Jared Spool's Beyond the UX Tipping Point conversation earlier, he's talking about the Disney website from 1997. And it was pretty bad, but Flash allowed us to get out of the constraints of HTML and the static graphic images. So I made that transition into the technology world. And with that, I've been able to find a place where I've been able to solve some complex challenges. And these are a couple of the challenges that we've faced. And there isn't anything extra special about them. They're big, they're open-ended. Trying to work on cancer research for NIH is a big challenge. Working on Disney's Magic Band, that's another big challenge. But where do you start once you get that? You have research. So you'll go in and the clients will give you some information to get started. Then you say, okay, here's what we need to know. We need to do more research. We need to learn more. And then you can get into this repetitive cycle of, I need to know more, I need to know more. When do you say, I know enough to get started? And this loop, I see everybody from people right out of school struggle with to experienced people. And it leads to what is kind of a common term nowadays called imposter syndrome. And everybody feels it at some point in their career where, who am I to be able to solve this challenge? Why me? What do I have that's a different experience to be able to do it? And the answer to that we bring to the table is to be able to bring those individuals together that can help us answer those questions. It's not about us going around and going back into a corner and saying, I'm the smartest person in the room and I can solve it by myself. It's about, I have a team of people. And those could be designers, those could be developers, those could be anybody that we can grab to give us a different perspective of what that might be. And through that, we can have the right start to it. Because after we have these problem statements that we're dealing with, we need to come back to this. And this is what we face: a blank canvas. Nothing's meant to be there. It's a white sheet of paper. And I guess that's if we're lucky. Sometimes we have some other things we need to work around as part of it. But this white sheet of canvas is where things are decided. That's where we make our first mark. And there's a lot riding on that first mark. That's where the direction is set. And that direction guides in our mind if we're successful or not. Because there's a lot of fear around failure. There's money in what we do. There's talking to the CEO, why did we fail? Well, that mark should have been over here, and I put it here. I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know enough at that time. So to step back from there, with my background as a designer, we did things called gesture drawings. And this was a skill in and of itself that we had to learn. We would go into class and there would be a figure, a model that was there. And our teacher would go through and say, you have 10 seconds to complete a sketch of this figure. And you're like, how can I possibly draw something as detailed as a person in 10 seconds? And then you see what I have there is you realize that you're looking at a couple of things like composition, shape, form. So it's setting you up on the right track for when you do that longer study, you have that idea ready. You know, here's how I want to compose it. Here's what this form looks like. Here's how we make it expressive. Whatever those things are that set you up to be successful for those longer studies. If you just go in and you start to draw a figure and you start at the head and you work your way down, well, that shape is going to be distorted. You might not have enough space on the page for what it is you're drawing because you didn't take in the entirety of the composition. So this allows you to rough in those edges, but it also allows you to fail and learn from that. Well, I don't quite know how to draw this piece of it. And as I mentioned, this was a skill that needed to be done for itself. You might be a great realistic artist, but then to let loose and to be free and to let those ideas flow is a different type of skill with it. And that same idea translates to what we do every day within user experience. We need to take that idea of letting go and see how that cultivates the designs that it is we're building and creating. So UX sketching is nothing new within user experience. There's techniques like Crazy Eights that help that, but I don't find that people are using that enough as a means to build a shared vision, to get rid of those initial ideas. So when we look at the Honeywell thermostat that Jared Spool was talking about, the H model, the Magic Band, those weren't the first ideas that people came up with. Those were the 100th idea, the 1000th idea. And you need to work through ideas quickly, otherwise you're never going to get a product that goes to market. So using something like a Crazy Eights technique lets you iterate through those ideas much quicker than if you're just sitting in a room by yourself and drawing what you think is the ultimate solution for whatever it is we're doing. It also allows you to build that shared vision with your team. So you can be a team of one, and you might have other people that you need to bring into it. They might be developers, as I mentioned. They might be the project manager, the QA person. Anything to get those ideas generated. So everybody is a designer in this case. Everybody's got valid ideas, but you're also helping to take that idea of going from literacy, fluency, mastery that Jared Spool was talking about, and you're helping to educate that weakest link on your team as to what is good design, what is the value of what we're doing, and why are we solving it this way. Then afterwards, you can do techniques like feature dot voting and help to bring in that idea of going from diverging to converging, but you do that based on this broad range of ideas. You're not settling that this is the one idea we have, this is the 100th or the 200th idea we have, and we've iterated on it. We've shared those ideas and we've built on them, where now we have something that's unique, that's novel, that really solves the user needs that we're looking to solve for. And then we can move that forward. I have a link there for the Google Design Sprint Kit that goes into a lot more detail about how to apply Crazy Eights to what it is you're doing. But it's a great technique that you can leverage to get through that idea of imposter syndrome and to make that first mark. So it's not there's not as much riding on it. It's not as dependent as you might think it is. It's a means to an end where now you say, we know where the gaps are in the research we have. We know that we need to do more testing in this area. We need to figure out something over here, but it's informed. And that's the way that we can iterate through successfully on our projects. So with that, we can take that idea of failing into a more positive of, here's what it is that we're learning through this exercise that it is we're doing. Here's how we're building that mastery across the team. So we're increasing their design abilities as part of that. So hopefully with this, you can take that and make your first mark and feel confident and proud that you're setting that first step in the right direction. Thank you.
When I was talking to him about this session and asking him some questions about things that maybe would be pertinent to share before he starts talking, one of the things that I said to him was, what is the current technology that terrifies delight? It's what personalizes content and keeps my kids addicted to their devices. He's a father of two, Sydney and Peter, as well as a dog dad of a 14-year-old soft-coated Wheaten Terrier named Jambles. So please welcome Phil Golub.
Thank you, Elaine. Appreciate that. Yes, I like to call Jambles my first kid. He came before the other human kids, and if you were to see us, if you were an alien to come down to planet Earth and see how I treated my dog versus how I treat my kids, you'd think he was my owner. And in some ways he is, especially if you're 14 and you have a bad back like he does. Well, thank you all for joining this session. Hey man, how's it going? Yeah, it's all good. It's happy Saturday as well. I think it was super cold last night for some strange reason, and now suddenly it's like really nice. Global warming, maybe? I don't know. It's yeah, exactly. It should be 60 degrees in February in the nation's capital. Yeah, so thank you for that intro, Elaine. Very much appreciate it. I work with Elaine and a lot of the folks in this room here. I'm going to talk about this concept of design through the eyes of a child. Just to set the record straight, this is not necessarily about designing for children. This is really how my life, my real life as a father, much less so as a creative director for Publicis Sapient, informs my sensibilities for design, makes me think and frankly question a lot of the decisions that I make on a daily basis for my design work, how I interact with my team. But also, I think hopefully, this is not necessarily a tutorial, but it's just a way to maybe imbue some different thinking in the work that you do every day. So, yeah, I'm not going to talk about me. So, I want to introduce you to my family. It's my wife, Shirley. Full disclosure, she left the workforce about 4 years ago. She spent 16 years in human resources and left to get her master's in counseling. So she's actually a mental health professional. And a lot of the stuff that we do from a user research perspective, she's like, stop telling me this because I already know it. This is kind of what I do with my patients, except they're schizophrenics. And you could say some of our clients are too, but I think I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's my son, Peter, there in the middle. It's kind of a dated picture, but he still kind of looks like that. That's Jambles, in case you're wondering. That's my fourth kid, Beer. I have some might say an unhealthy relationship with them as well. My favorite team's the Boston Red Sox, and that's my daughter, Sydney. But I'm going to be focusing my talk not so much on Beer or my wife, but really those two munchkins in the middle, Sydney and Peter. And funny story, I was talking with an old friend of mine who said, how some dads or some parents say that, by the way, a show of hands, who's a dad? Who's a parent? Who has kids? Oh yeah, okay. Some newer than others, right? He said, how some parents say that the happiest day of their life is when their first child was born or the second child was born? That was not the case for me. I was terrified that day. I remember saying to my wife, there's no reason why we should be able to take this child home. I'm no way qualified to do this. And then I realized, yes, people have been having babies for thousands of years and had, hopefully less intellect than my wife or I. But it's the distance you travel and the journey that you take with them that helps you look back fondly on that day as the happiest moment. It might not have been there at the time, but distance makes the heart grow fonder. So you can imagine every time I come home from a long day at work, the only thing I really want to do, crack open that beer that I like to talk about so fondly, maybe eat, and have a conversation with my kids about how their day was. And lo and behold, most days, in fact all days when I come home, I see this. Is this a familiar sight to you? Your kids are buried in their devices, earbuds in the ears, streaming through God knows what kind of content, or obsessing over God knows what kind of video game, and really couldn't give me the time of day. And it's heartbreaking for me as a parent, because you like to think that you have only but so much time to spend with your kids on a daily basis, but through really their entire lives. And so you want to make sure that you're coaching them, you're giving them the right guidance. And I'm going to talk a little bit about device addiction because that's a real thing. So how do we as designers really think about the relationship we have with technology and how we're modeling behavior and the reliance on technology that will impact their growth, that will impact their behavior, and how does that inform some of the decisions that we make on a day-to-day basis. And I look at this and I think to myself, God, it's my fault. I did this. They're modeling my behavior. This is permanently glued to my face, my eyes, my body, you know, what have you. My life is kind of lived through this device, and they see me doing it every day, and I can't help but blame myself for this, right? And I'm trying to give myself the benefit of the doubt, but you know, it's not just one thing, it's not just a series of things, it's sort of like the relationship with the world around them. These just, you know, these things are prevalent. So I started to go back in the Wayback Machine in my little time machine called iPhoto, and started to think, okay, how did this relationship with technology build over time? Well, this probably didn't help. I curse Apple for being so great at design that they could design an interface that a 1.5-year-old could use without any coaching. And we strive for that level of usability every day, but look at that. I mean, that's I'm putting it all out there today, my friends. No shame. And there's one other thing that happens, because you know, for my job, I travel quite a bit. And many nights, this is the relationship I have with my children. Through this, I mean, FaceTime's great, but you know, a lot of the technology that we use is supposed to bring us closer together. It's a point I'll get to a little bit later on, but he was legitimately sad that night that I wasn't there. And it's things like this that make me question, you know, that this notion of work-life balance also. I had someone tell me he doesn't believe in work-life balance. So I was like, how could you not? Like, you're a dad too. It's like, no, it's not about work-life balance. It's about work-life harmony. If I'm in a meeting with a client or a stakeholder or a team member and I get a call from my wife, I'm going to take that call. But also if I'm at home and I'm having dinner with my kids and I get an urgent text from a team member, I'm going to take that as well. And I'm like, okay, I see your point, I see your point. But again, we have such finite time with our kids. And has anyone heard the phrase, data is the new oil? Yeah. And I think that's true. I think, you know, it's basically, you know, incredibly precious commodity. Everyone's going after it. Your data is the lifeblood of, you know, the products and services that we use. I have a different perspective on it. I think time is the most precious commodity, because every hour that I can't spend with them, or every hour that they're on that device, is one less hour of human-to-human interaction. It's also an hour closer to the inevitable day when my kids will want to have absolutely nothing to do with me. And I often tell, you know, clients that you know, time is the most precious commodity because we use time as currency a lot when we're talking about digital experiences. Talk about spending time, wasting time, saving time. We want to make sure that the relationships that we have with brands and with digital products and services is time well spent. Why? Because we are time starved. We don't have enough of it to give. We work 9-10 hours a day. We travel. The kids are at school as well. And so transactional experiences, transactional relationships are the norm that we pursue. However, that human-to-human interaction is precious. It is like gold. And because we live in a supply and demand world, there's no supply of time, and there's increasing demand for that connection. So I wanted to talk a little bit about you know, design through the eyes of a child and the perspectives that it brings through essentially 3 primary categories: the good, the bad, and the beautiful. And then hopefully a sign of hope for things to come. The good. So there's 2 large seismic shifts that are happening in the world today that technology has brought about. The first is this notion of Industry 4.0. Anyone familiar with that term? Yeah? Or the fourth? I don't like it. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. All right. Well, I didn't coin it. So. You can blame Klaus Schwab, who's the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, coined the phrase in about 2015 or 2016. And it's basically how machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotic process automation, and the use of data in somewhat sneaky ways is really changing our relationship to the world around us and to each other. It's changing the future of work. It's changing the future of life. It's changing how much we rely on technology. And that's just, that's kind of heightening our kids' expectations for what technology can, should, and does do for them. And our response to that in the design community is what's been called computational design. So just a brief primer on what that means, right? So there's been 3 primary phases of design. The first is basically classical design or traditional design. This is the making of things like chairs or art or, even in some respects traditional advertising, architecture, what have you. We have the second phase, which was design thinking, and I love design thinking. I practice it all the time. And it really, that design thinking obviously came out of things like Stanford D School and the 5 hexagons, and it's really as much of a business strategy a construct as it is a design construct. Basically, whiteboards, sticky notes, and markers, right? You can't do design thinking unless you have Post-its. I think it's a rule written somewhere. So, and that's really about creating connection between seemingly disparate capabilities, right? And bringing systems thinking into the equation of how to build things, and also answering the question of what it is we should build, right? Across strategy, product, engineering, and design. And then we have computational design, which is kind of the understanding of technology, the understanding of algorithms, and using computational methods to create experiences, right? And those things go hand in hand. And that is the future that our kids are going to be growing up in. Those are the expectations that they will have of the world around them. Me, this is what I had growing up. That is a 1981 Compaq that had no onboard memory. I think I had 64 kilobytes of memory on a 5¼ floppy disk. I wrote all my college papers on it, and they were printed out via a 9-pin Okidata dot matrix printer. I was not the most tech-savvy kid growing up, and for the last this is now my 23rd year as a designer and as a creative director, and I always felt like I was always playing catch-up. Right? My kids don't have that problem, I'm happy to give them that opportunity. We also have this guy. Now, I'm not saying I was in support of his campaign or anything like that. He's not even running anymore, so it's okay. But he was the only candidate who was really talking about the robot apocalypse or the automation apocalypse. And he says, most Americans agree that technology is going to eliminate many more jobs than it is going to create. So what is our response to that? We're putting more and more investment in STEM education, right? Science, technology, engineering, math. We have a boss at Publicis Sapient who calls it STEAM, not STEM, because STEA is art, right? So that's how computational design can hopefully help us stave off the robot apocalypse. And there's also something just inherently cool about technology and giving them access to experiences that, not that long ago, you just simply didn't have access to. You didn't have the money, you didn't have the time. This is at an arcade, so we didn't have to travel anywhere for them to go on a racetrack and experience life on the superhighway. That was, simply the cost of entry. And in a lot of ways, technology can be the great equalizer, right? It can create economies of scale. It can create opportunities and access for people who've never had it before. And it doesn't, the cost of entry is actually quite low. It doesn't take a whole lot of money to have access to experiences that were, not too long ago, life-changing. And I think that's very cool. And I think it's also innately magical, this notion of tech as the great equalizer. However, there's obviously the dark side of the force, and the bad things that can certainly happen. So I'm going to bring up one thing, which is the bane of my existence, which is this right rail. the autoplay feature in YouTube. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume, because I don't know the backstory behind autoplay. I'm assuming that in their design thinking conversations, they were saying, you know what, we have to make it really, really easy. There's a pain point of people being able to find content that's relevant for them. So we're going to make it extremely and extraordinarily easy for them to get the content that is specific to their likes, their preferences, their areas of interest, and we're going to just open up the floodgates and create unlimited access to all the content that they could possibly want. And then they said, hey, why don't we also give them the ability to turn this off? I was like, okay, that would be great. You have no idea the pain that little feature causes me, and I don't believe that my kids even know that you can turn it off, because that's a bit of a dark pattern, if you ask me. That access point is so small, so obscure, and so unlabeled and mysterious that they would never know to click on it. And I think at this point, Google probably gets way too much advertising dollars. This is being streamed on YouTube, so hopefully they won't come in with a drone and shoot me. I love it. I love it. That they have no intention of ever getting rid of it or modifying it, right? There's just too much money at stake. And when I think about that, I think about how my kids are just so stuck to that, I can't help but think about this image.
I'm sorry, is this YouTube?
That's YouTube. Yeah, that's YouTube.
Is there a way to turn it? I hate this thing, and I look everywhere to turn it off.
Yeah.
It's when it shows you, based on your history. I can't have it because sometimes, like, I do a presentation or something, or whatever, like, I don't want my kids to see what I was,
Yeah. There's a little bit of a privacy concern. Yeah. Yeah. Mommy, what is blank? Yeah. Yes, there is a way to turn it off, and I think this might be a slightly outdated screenshot, but there's a little toggle up there that says autoplay, and you can shift it off. But it's insidious for sure. And when I think about ethical design, I think about what choices do we allow people to make for themselves. Malcolm McDowell certainly did not have a choice. And in that particular scene, is anyone familiar with this? Is Clockwork Orange, 1971, horrible dystopian future. Hopefully we're not there yet. We'll see what happens in November. Basically we're teaching people how to think. We're shifting expectations. We're removing the empowerment that technology was supposed to provide. And it's kind of like brainwashing in a lot of respects. I hope it's not too controversial a statement, but shame on us, shame on them for allowing something like that to happen. Because if you think about ethical design, I'll make this point again later on, but it's really about the cognizance and awareness and thoughtfulness of the unintended consequences of the decisions that we make, right? If you're not thinking about that, you're only designing something for yourself. And that's not what we do for a living. It never was supposed to be. And electronic addiction is very real. 44.5 hours per week are spent by children ages 8 to 18 in front of screens. I actually think that's a pretty conservative estimate. I'd probably put it a little bit higher. This is a study conducted by Harris Interactive that documents a national prevalence rate of pathological device usage. What a horrible term. Pathological device usage. When I think pathology, I think like sociopaths and murderers and certain politicians. I mean, this is not what we want to be associated with. And then 23% of youth report that they feel addicted to video games. Man, boy, that really gives me a lot of pause. I hope it does you as well, because this is like the people that, the brains behind this are the people that we've looked up to for a long time, who write the books that we say are almost required reading for being in this space, right? They got some things wrong. It's okay to admit that. So how do we know that a kid is addicted to technology? Well, there's a lot of ways. I won't list all of these. There's probably 10 pages worth of these bullets, but A couple of the ones that really gave me the most alarm. Someone who loses track of time while they're online, right? They space out. Becomes agitated or angry when device usage is interrupted. They throw a fit, they yell, they scream. They prefer to spend time online rather than with friends or family. They form new relationships, this is the creepy one, form new relationships with people that they meet online. Ugh, it's like a parent's worst nightmare. It's the digital equivalent of the white van that rolls up in front of the school. And you can be anybody you want to be online. They don't get that just yet. And then, of course, becomes irritable, moody, or depressed when online. These are not normal behaviors, my friends. Okay? My wife, who deals with schizophrenics all day long, these are dissociative personality disorders that we are foisting upon our children, that I, as a designer, have to admit that I'm foisting on my own children. Not intentionally, but because this is such an important part of my life, it's obvious that it's going to be an important part of theirs. And yeah, it's not a point of pride. I will certainly say that. This is a quote from a principal at some random high school somewhere. She didn't give her name, didn't give her the school that she works at. I'll just take a moment to read the quote. "The internet is hurting students' ability to work in groups. Our teachers struggle to get them to participate in any kind of team assignments. Instead, they would all rather stare at the computer. When I observe them talking to one another in the hallway, I see young girls who are socially aggressive or inappropriate, and I can't help but think that the internet is socializing them in ways that emotionally stunts them, and it makes it difficult for them to deal with others in the real world." Anyone ever heard of Cambridge Analytica? Yeah. Technology that was meant to bring all of us closer together is actually driving us farther apart. And it's not too late. We can fix this, but this is frightening stuff. This is like Terminator level almost, to the extent that these machines are getting smart enough that they can start to make our decisions for us. We use this adage a lot at one of our clients, a very, very large and well-known retailer, who was able to predict that one of their guests, they call them guests, was having a baby before she had even told her own father. Think about that for a minute, right? We talk a lot about ethical design, and let's be clear. When we talk about ethical design, we're not actually talking about morals, right? Morals are kind of black and white. Ethics are gray. Somebody's ethics can be somebody else's non-ethics. But again, I contend that ethical design is, again, the forethought and awareness of the unintended consequences of our actions. And it starts with admittance of guilt, right? We've done this to ourselves. And in that sense, we're the culprits, right? Here's the problem. Algorithms can't feel. Bots suffer no consequences. We do. We are the ones who have to live with the consequences of our actions, which is why I'm happy to report that there's hope yet. So there is a wonderful, lovely book called Transforming the Difficult Child. Written by two sort of bleeding edge child psychologists, and they talk about this this theory of the nurtured heart. They call it the nurtured heart program. It's very interesting and fascinating in the sense that it seems very self-explanatory once you read it, but you never act or think the way that you think you would, because they use gaming design and behavioral psychology to understand what's happening in your child's brain when they're faced with these technological choices. There's a certain sense of comfort that comes from knowing what's happening and what's going to happen. And when it happens over and over and over again, it creates an even greater sense of comfort, and the choices that they're making are the right ones, because it's a sea of sameness, right? That repetition begets predictability, which leads to a heightened feeling of success. I've done it right, and it keeps happening over and over and over again. It's like when When certain men go to a formal event, they like wearing a tuxedo because they know they didn't get it wrong, because everyone's dressed the same, right? Unless you have a good sense of fashion, in which I give you much credit. Also, when you're talking about behavior, right, it can be very difficult to get kids to understand that their actions have consequences, right? When you're playing a game, when you lose, you lose. When you die, you run out of men or guys or players or whatever it is, the game is over. They are comfortable with that set of consequences because it's learned over time, right? And they accept it because they know that the game can start all over again, which is interesting. We'll come back to that point. The other thing that's interesting about this is, we talk a lot about positive reinforcement, and that's great. We are our own kids' most fun toys. Let me explain that. Negative attention is as good as any attention at all. And my yelling and screaming at them to get off their tablets and stop watching YouTube and get to the dinner table is as much of a fun reaction as a hug. And that's difficult because you think arguing and yelling is gonna shake them out of their stupor and get them to move. It doesn't. It doesn't. They want to do more of that because they still get time with me when I do that. Again, negative attention is just as good as any attention at all. But when you ignore the bad behavior and you focus on only the good things that they're doing, they get the reaction that they want from you and that sense of attachment and attention only when good things happen, which is the exact opposite of autoplay. Autoplay encourages bad behavior, right? You stick with it and you watch it. It's what they want you to do, but it's not what you're supposed to do. So I ignore that. You ignore the bad behavior. You just walk away and don't give them the attention. It doesn't sound like brain surgery. It blew my mind, and it has made all the difference in the world. There's one more notion I wanted to bring up, which is a study that was done initially by Brene Brown. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Brene Brown. And then there was one of her acolytes, who's a child psychologist at the University of Pennsylvania. Wanted to just play a video for you.
In education, the one thing we know how to measure best is IQ. But what if doing well in school and in life depends on much more than your ability to learn quickly and easily? One characteristic emerged as a significant predictor of success, and it wasn't social intelligence, it wasn't good looks, physical health, and it wasn't IQ. It was grit. Grit is passion and perseverance for very long-term goals. Grit is having stamina. Grit is sticking with your future, day in, day out, not just for the week, not just for the month, but for years, and working really hard to make that future a reality. Grit is living life like it's a marathon, not a sprint. A few years ago, I started studying grit in the Chicago public schools. I asked thousands of high school juniors to take grit questionnaires, and then waited around more than a year to see who would graduate. Turns out that grittier kids were significantly more likely to graduate, even when I matched them on every characteristic I could measure, things like family income, standardized achievement test scores, even how safe kids felt when they were at school. So it's not just at West Point or the National Spelling Bee that grit matters, it's also in school, especially for kids at risk for dropping out. That talent doesn't make you gritty. Our data show very clearly that there are many talented individuals who simply do not follow through on their commitments. In fact, in our data, grit is usually unrelated or even inversely related to measures of talent. So far, the best idea I've heard about building grit in kids is something called growth mindset. This is an idea developed at Stanford University by Carol Dweck, and it is the belief that the ability to learn is not fixed, that it can change with your effort. Dr. Dweck has shown that when kids read and learn about the brain and how it changes and grows in response to challenge, they're much more likely to persevere when they fail because they don't believe that failure is a permanent condition. We need to measure whether we've been successful, and we have to be willing to fail, to be wrong, to start over again with lessons learned.
The belief that failure is not a permanent condition. When you live in a world where instant gratification is the baseline expectation, failure often becomes not an option. Where else do we talk about failing fast, failing early, failing often, and learning from our mistakes? Every single day at work. How much agile coaching and Scrum mastering do we need to hear to instill in ourselves as design professionals that which we seek to instill in our children? The belief that failure is not a permanent condition. God, I wish she was at so many of my meetings. Angela Duckworth, funny enough, started off in consulting and saw the light and moved into teaching, and then after that, clinical psychology. And so I also was interested in this notion of a growth mindset. I wanted to kind of one-up that a little bit, kind of put my own thinking out there in the ether. And instead of calling it the growth mindset, I'd like to call it the challenge acceptance mindset. Because nothing excites me more as a parent and as a designer than that feeling of accomplishment, than the feeling of overcoming obstacles or struggles, or more importantly, for the work that I do, helping a user overcome a point of friction or a pain point, or helping a client overcome a business challenge. And I love seeing my kids figure something out for the first time, or feel like they're empowered to do something they've never been able to do before. My daughter, I'm happy to report, just learned how to ride a bike 2 weekends ago. And it's just one of the things that clicked. For years, she refused to even get on it. But she accepted the challenge, and she overcame the fear of failure, which was the only thing that was paralyzing her from moving forward. I can say that very confidently. So the challenge acceptance mindset is the understanding that failure is an option, the willingness to embark on a potentially failing experiment, and learn that that's okay. You know, it's okay to fail as long as you learn. And then as you grow over time, you'll be more and more willing to accept new challenges. So the question to posit then is, how can our craft as designers nurture a challenge acceptance mindset in the craft of design? Now, this is a thesis in progress, so I don't have any firm, fixed answers for you, but I am going to posit a couple of design principles, 3 to start and then 2 to finish up. The first design principle I'd like to offer up is augment, not replace, human-to-human interactions. That dissociative personality that we see in our kids, it comes from isolation, right? When you have that device in front of you, you don't need anybody else, you don't need anything else. However, you really, really, really do. We're seeing a lot of success with this, mostly in the realm of digital physical design, and I'm going to show you some examples of that I think are super cool. But never think that technology is going to solve all your problems. That's something you have to admit up front for your clients, for yourselves, and especially for your children. Celebrate, challenge, reward, victory. Now, there's been a lot of talk of like gamification in the space of like loyalty and account management. That's all fine and dandy. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about empowerment. I'm talking about rewarding positive behavior and ignoring bad behavior, like we heard from our friends who wrote the Nurturing Heart. Where I'm seeing this a lot is actually with like mobile banking apps that are not just there for the transactional relationship of deposits, transfers, checking your balance, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to help you set up savings goals. They're going to say, hey, if you want to get that new boat or iPad or car, whatever it is that is your whim of the day, we're going to help you save toward that goal. In order to do that, We're going to encourage better spending behaviors and better saving behaviors so that you can get what you want, right? We're not an intermediary, we're a partner in helping you achieve your goals. I think that's pretty interesting. And the last one I'm going to offer up is empathy as a human pursuit. So never send a robot to do a person's job is basically what I'm trying to say here. I've been hearing a lot about these user research methodologies and techniques that use things like strapping a thing to your head and measuring brain waves, and we have all sorts of cool lab-based technologies and eye tracking, blah, 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 blah. Wonderful, use it, that's great. Those things can tell you what is happening. They can't tell you why. They can tell you what someone is doing. They can't tell you what someone is thinking or feeling. You have to go to the source. You have to go to the people who are actually faced with the choices of using a form or using a product or engaging in a service or having a relationship with a company. And you can't send a robot to do that person's job. So with that, in the time that I have remaining, I wanted to focus on the beautiful. Okay? Because there is hope for us yet. And I'm seeing some wonderful and amazing things where technology has really improved not just my kids' relationship with the world around them, but our relationship together. Has anyone ever been to our tech house? I think it's fantastic. I think it's wonderful. I think they're doing some amazing things. And bring that volume down just a skosh. So what our tech house does a wonderful job of is encouraging you to engage with the space, and in so doing, engage with each other. They've managed to find a way to replicate certain feelings and emotions in the physical realm with digital techniques and technologies. This happens in a room a little bit bigger than this one. It's okay that it stopped. A little bit bigger than this one. And just the whole room starts to transform, and everyone lies in a big beanbag chair, or like the love sack, and this is a shared experience. And there's a lot of things you could do in this room that could probably augment it, but I think it's just a purely and truly magical experience. It doesn't have to be about something, you know? It's just about being there and doing and being together. This is another part of our tech house that I think is super cool, at least for this particular exhibit. It took my son about 30 seconds to realize that the space reacts to his movement, and not just through visual, but also through audio. And we stay there for about another hour. But, you know, that process of discovery, that eye-opening sort of awakening of the space coming alive by virtue of his presence is so just lovely, I think. Here we have, took both my kids, my daughter was sick at the time, to the Natural History Museum in New York. They had a new dinosaur exhibit. My son is super obsessed with dinosaurs, as most 6- and 7-year-old kids are. And first of all, with all the books that he has in his little personal library, we never knew that Tyrannosaurus Rex had feathers. We do now. Those kids are complete strangers to him. That's not a group that we knew, that we joined. But they all sort of organically formed this posse to attack at large and at once this massive beast. Not successfully. But it was such an enriching experience. He remembers it to this day. This is us at the Smithsonian, the new dinosaur exhibit that they have there. Again, obsessed with dinosaurs.
Daddy, about what this place looks like?
It's telling you how to navigate the museum. The museum is set up in chronological order. Look at the facility and ease with which he navigates the space. God, if he didn't have an iPad, he'd be lost in there. But now, almost every weekend, Dad, can we go to the museum? Right? And he's learning, and he's engaging, and it's a shared experience. It's not isolating at all. Again, I'm seeing more of this in the digital physical design realm, but I think we can do this on our projects on a day-to-day basis. I think there's one more design principle I'd like to introduce, which is this notion of just sort of rekindling the memory and the reason, the purpose, why we got into this field in the first place. It wasn't necessarily to make a CEO more money or to get more people to buy stuff. And it wasn't necessarily, you know, just for the sake of our own portfolios. It was to create a world that never existed before, that as children we never could partake in, right? The power of the creative process is indefatigable, I think. It's hard, it's a bit amorphous. It's hard to describe sometimes. It's very much inspiration and perspiration, like Edison said. But more importantly, as we get older, and we do this a little bit more often, we get a little bit jaded sometimes, and I'll freely admit that that happens to me on a frequent basis. We have to remember we are no longer designing a world for ourselves. We're not designing the world that we want to live in. I think the people who are writing the algorithms for the autoplay really were designing a world for themselves, pretty selfishly, I might add. But design right now, in the 21st century, I think is an innately selfless act if we keep in mind the people for whom we're actually creating these experiences. As fulfilling as it is, it's not about us anymore. So with that, I'm going to bring up an old friend, not really, a blast from the past who's going to remind us of something.
Well, I think one of the things you really have to look at is you have to go watch some kids using these things. As an example, 97% of the high school students that graduate from Minnesota have hands-on experience with these personal computers, learning how to use them. We call this computer literacy. They're actually happening in the elementary schools now. And you go watch kids interact with these computers, and what you find is far from something quite harmful. In effect, what you see is an instantaneous reflection of a part of themselves, the creative part of themselves being expressed. And it's just very, very difficult to see these kids using this tool and realizing that they're going to have these tools available for the rest of their lives, to portray that as something very harmful. It's actually something quite democratic.
It's actually something quite democratic. That's what it was meant to be. We kind of lost our way a little bit, I think. And that video, by the way, was captured in 1981, and Steve Jobs was 26 years old. Now, you could say he was a marketing genius, and he certainly was. And you could say at the time he was really just selling something. And he was. And he was also disputing the myth that computers are going to be bad for you, which I think we've seen some evidence that that is possible. But he always, I think, believed in the idea, in the ideal of computers as a tool to unlock creativity. I think that's what we need to get back to. I think that's what we as designers should certainly continue to aspire to. Use the tools that we have, the technology that is at our disposal now that's never been there before, to unlock our own creativity. Computational design sounds like a wonky, geeky pursuit, but it is supposed to be, and it will remain, an innately human act, regardless of the robots that are there to help us perform it. So I like another aphorism that I'm going to introduce here, which is, technology is what you know, creativity is what you don't. Right? Technology is about capability. It's what you can do. It's what, it's technology for its own sake. I know this, I can code this, we can build it. Creativity is all about the process of discovering the unknown, inventing that which never existed before, really trying to understand what you should build before you build it, right? That is a responsibility that we should all hold dear. That should be paramount in our consideration set when we're embarking on a new project or thinking about a new product or service. Go to the source, be human first and foremost and always, and embrace the unknown, which leaves me with my last design principle that I'm going to offer up, which is to embrace curiosity. Let your mind wander. Explore the unknown. Challenge yourself to make mistakes. Learn from them. Don't be afraid of failure, but take those lessons with you, always. And with that, I thank you very much for the time. We have about 10 minutes. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Or if you just want the cool breeze of the outdoors, that's cool too. No? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I really like this talk. There's so much here that I could make comments on or say, but one thing towards the middle that popped into my mind, a quote that I remember was, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. So a quote that I remember is that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection and purpose. And I guess when you're talking about your kids, I feel like the problem is not the phones and the technology. The problem is that we put them in concrete blocks and we make them sit at desks and we grade them individually and we prepare them for college individually so that they can go sit in a cubicle and be individual in their cubicle and live in their individual apartment. And right, like it's not the technology. It's the entire life that we have imagined that we do in this modern world about sit in your box car, sit in your box apartment, sit in your box cubicle, be your own person. Don't connect with the other people. There's not the go outside and play because it's too dangerous. There's not the ability for a lot of these kids to have the curiosity that they want. Right, so if we're designing, I think it's more than designing technology. It's about redesigning, rethinking about what our culture and our society could be. And it's not, you were talking about, computational design. It's, in order to do this, we use the UX process of bringing in everybody and trying to design that better society, not from an expert perspective, but from a bottom up, like what can we make this world? Wow. So that was a comment, I guess. Any thoughts?
I mean, that's amazing. I have heard that quote before. I have some familiarity with addiction, and yeah, the opposite is not sobriety, it's connection. Because with whatever your addiction is, computers, devices, drink, drug, other people, it is such a soulless, empty, isolating pursuit. And you do it because you're fighting some other ghosts, some other demons, most likely yourself, frankly. And so you withdraw. And it's a natural response to, is it fight, flight, or flee? Fight, flight. Yeah, flee.
Freeze, flight.
Freeze, yes, thank you. Got to go back to school a little bit. Yeah, it's a natural response to aggression, to conflict, retreat, fight, or just like do nothing. And yeah, we got a lot of problems. You're right.
But they hang out on Facebook because they can't hang out necessarily together.
Yes.
Right. I mean,
agreed.
And the whole society, the way that they're set up to compete with each other rather than learning how to get together because of the way that they're graded, the way the classroom. I used to be a teacher, right? And I was stuck in the system teaching the way that the system made me teach, rather than say, hey, let's just go outside and you guys can create your own groups and you can explore your own interests and forget grades. But maybe that's what we actually need is these like revolutionary, changes to.
I can't think of any better example of that than Facebook. I think they probably went into it with fairly altruistic, intentions.
Absolutely.
And it's been completely weaponized against us. I've locked it all out. I refuse to let my kids get involved in social media. But, I think ethical design is rooted in design for purpose, right? If you betray your purpose, you are completely unethical in your design pursuit. That's my feeling. And if your pursuit is establish global connections with humans, they're doing the exact opposite of that. I think they've betrayed their oath, frankly.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Oh, yeah.
I'm just curious to know if you're using any tools or applications to kind of control and monitor what kind of content your children consume. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Well, we have 3 layers. We have OS level layers, app level layers, and then sort of Wi-Fi level layers. I have a kill switch. I can I can get them off the internet anytime I want, and I threaten them with it every single day. And then they're all logged in through, telling all their secrets, but through my, they will watch this video and they will find a way around it. Maybe I'll talk with you offline. No, seriously. They're logged into my wife's iCloud account, so she knows everything that they're doing, can just boop, 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 off. Yeah. And we can always sneak in and change their iPads and delete apps when they're sleeping too. And I'm not above that, or below that, I should say. Yeah, right over here.
Hi, Bill. Thank you for your talk. I was curious if you would expand a little bit on your topic of design through the eyes of a child. When I saw your topic title, I thought it was something different. And so I'm kind of curious of your mental journey of how you shaped your talk.
Well, what did you think it was?
I thought it would be kind of like not having assumptions, having a really curious, open mindset, and asking, and something like that.
Yeah, well, and that you're pretty astute. That was what I went in, thinking. The surprise and delight, childlike wonder, right? I couldn't find a whole lot about that, because we're a very sort of skeptical society. Cynical, but it was more sort of like the dark patterns and the negative behaviors that I was observing. That was like, gosh, I have a responsibility and an obligation, not just as a professional designer, but as the husband of a mental health professional, to cast a light on myself and my industry for the things that we've done contribute to the things that I'm seeing. I can't blame them. I'm the parent. So I wanted to explore that for myself and kind of see if that would help any others, think about the work that they do on a day-to-day basis, and maybe assume some responsibility for our own craft. You can't say that there's a problem until you first admit it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your talk. I also came in with maybe a little bit of a different assumption of what it was going to be, but I'm really glad it ended up being what it is. So I find that when we're here in the US, we talk a lot about technology as, this great tool, but that's kind of becoming a pitfall for a lot of the kids. But then when I'm in conversations about technology across the world, I come from Rwanda, and we're talking about technology and how a lot of the kids in the developing world are going to be left behind this fourth industrial revolution because they don't have access to technology, and that gap is increasing. I find it very difficult to kind of reconcile those two and find the perfect balance. Do you think you can talk a little bit about, at what point do we say this is how much technology kids need, this is how much can allow them to, push their innovation or innovative minds and creativity, and this is how much is going to kind of stray them away from the ethical practices of how we use technology?
Yeah, in that particular, I don't have a good answer for that, other than, we can how about this? We can use the developed world as our beta case, our beta test for the developing world, because if you believe in test and learn strategies, your initial innovation R&D tests are those that have had access for the longest time. Hopefully, through studies like the ones I was pointing to and just seeing and observing what's happening in the space, we can make our own conclusions collectively. But certainly, all the evils that I've been pointing out, if you've never had it before, then certainly it's not going to be a prevalent issue for you, because if you're just starting in it, that childlike wonder, that discovery is just starting. So let that happen. I don't think device addiction is going to be a real issue, if we're still getting to a point where everyone has a device, or trying to get everyone access to a device. So. I think it's first world problems maybe that I'm talking about here, but I still believe in the power of technology. Just like everything, in moderation. Yeah.
I guess one question that kept bouncing around in my mind was just kind of
how do you strike the balance? Because any product, any experience you're designing, you want it to be pleasurable, you want it to be something that people want to engage with, but at the same time you don't want it to kind of devolve into, for lack of a better word, the addiction. So have you kind of figured out how to strike that balance?
I have not. If I did, I would. The talk would have gone to the 40th slide, which is here's the solution. I don't have it, but look. I think there's always a balance between engagement and transaction. I think there's always a balance between the relationship you want to have versus the relationship you do have, and the means with which you transition from one to the other. I don't. We're still actually a pretty nascent industry. Hopefully by Industry 5.0, we will have figured it out. But the problem is these algorithms, again, are written by humans. We tell them what to do. So it's up to us to think ethically about, again, the impacts of our decisions and writing them not for ourselves, but for others. So that you can, the balance starts with us and the behaviors we want to see in others. But that sounds like a 2.0. All right.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks, everyone.
So when we were thinking about how we want to end this day, which has been a fabulous day, thank you, everyone, and the speakers have been amazing. At the time we were organizing it, there was a Twitter discussion happening, was quite passionate about titles, information architect. Is that still relevant? And so that's where this idea for this panel came up. And we thought, who do we want in DC to be on this panel? What's our dream panel? And so we got them, and they're here. But you all are also our dream panel, so we want to extend the conversation and not just be between the four of them, but between us all. So we want to make sure you have time for that. So I'm Natalie Buddha-Smith, Chief of Design at the Library of Congress. My initial passion for information architecture came from building the user experience team at Navigation Arts. We were the architects of the user experience, so we kind of got away with both being information architects and user experience designers at the same time with that label. But that's who I am. But again, I'm going to introduce the panel. Jared Spool, who is known as the founder of User Interface Engineering, and now the latest manifestation of Center. I'm just going to go really quickly, and if you guys want to add to that, yeah, because otherwise there's so much. Honestly, I could spend an hour just introducing who you are, which is, then we have Carrie Hain. She is founder of Tanzan, and the author of Designing Connected Content. And then next to her is Dan Brown, who is the founder of 8 Shapes, also an author of Communicating Design, Design It Together, and Practical Design Discovery. And then Fatima Akkad, so excited that you're here, is an associate partner at IBM focused on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. So thank you all for being here. What's great about, and Karen and I were talking about this, the theme this year is it's pretty open. And so we've been allowed to have a lot of great talks that address different types of facets of information architecture. And so I wanted to keep the questions still very high level. And so the name of this panel was, Do Distinctions Matter Anymore? Is information architecture a role, a practice, a type of work, or none of these? I want to ask a question of the audience first. How many of you identify with your primary title of information architect? How many identify as user experience designer? And we have an overflow room, and I apologize, overflow room, that we can't see you. But and then how many identify as a content strategist? How many?
What conference did you do?
How many of you identify as being a developer? That's your primary title. Developer? Data scientist? Just designer? Or visual designer? Thank you. A business analyst? And other. Is there any others? Oh, there's a lot of others. There you go, Dan. And then just another curiosity. How many of you work for consulting firms or agencies? How many are internal or at a federal agency? Oh, great, about half. Wonderful. So I wanted to ask the panel, what title do you currently use? And do you use other titles in different contexts? Does anybody want to start? Yeah, exactly.
My title and the title of everybody at Center UIE is Maker of Awesomeness.
So at IBM, for sure, I do change my title with the audience that I'm talking to, primarily because that is how they're going to connect with me, and that is how I can make sure that I connect with them as well. So yes, associate partner is my official title, but that means nothing to anybody outside of IBM. And so when I'm talking to somebody outside of IBM, I'd like to explain what I do. And at times it will be emerging technologies because that's what they're focused on. At times it may be more UI, UX, or design thinking, which is something that IBM is big on. And so it may be how I connect with them and what I want to use to connect with my audience.
I think most often, if in the professional world, I identify as a content strategist, but that changes to people I meet on the street, like literally that someone stopped me the other day, and I'm like, I'm a web consultant. So people can think whatever that is, and if they care to know, then I'll explain more of what I do, and it all comes down to help people figure out what content to put on their website, and they all go, that's important. I'm like, you'd think. Not so many businesses think that, apparently. But none of the ones you work for, right?
I think context matters, right? So here we are. So as Fatima said, I like that. I change my title based on the need. If I'm talking to you all, I can say I self-identify as an information architect. And one of the reasons why I do that is because I need you all, like when we meet, to know that's the part I like thinking about, right? That's the part of user experience that grabs my attention the most, that maybe I think I'm best at. But if I'm meeting a new client, I will say I'm a user experience designer because they need to know my firm can handle all aspects of their user experience design.
Does using the label information architect provide any advantage or value when you do use that label in that context? Do you find, like, what is that value it brings?
I don't know. I guess existentially, it helps us remember that there's aspects to this work that are still very much, let's call it under the hood, or structural in nature, or abstract in nature. So again, in these kinds of conversations, I like using this title because I think it's a good reminder to us that our work is multifaceted, right? And that it by design, requires us to apply lots of different ways of thinking about things. I'm just stringing words together. I don't know.
It does.
So as you say that, I wonder if I should start calling myself an information architect. Well, because content strategy means something different to every single person I talk to.
Oh, good thing information architect does.
Because they wouldn't know, but people know what information is, and they have a general idea of what an architect is. And maybe those words make sense. I don't know. Maybe it's an experiment to try. It certainly sounds. Have you ever heard Richard Saul-Wurman talk? No, I haven't actually.
Because he will tell you, he will start to define information architecture, and then about 15 minutes later, you're like talking about the Yucatan, and you're not exactly sure why we got on this topic. It's always just a string of words. I mean, here's the thing, right? Titles were invented so that HR could figure out how much to underpay women and minorities. Right? That's the basic purpose. The whole purpose of titles in a corporate environment is to figure out pay bands. Yes. And once you nail down pay bands and you figure out who's going to get paid more and who's going to get paid less for doing the same work, then the title gets co-opted to be used for things that it's wholly incapable of serving. which is to try and describe what we do or to try and represent who we are. But we can have 15 people who have the same title, and their overlapping skills, knowledge, and experience, what we could sum up as expertise, will not overlap hardly at all. And this is what makes hiring difficult. This is what makes explaining what we do or showing up, because the titles want to box us into things. They want to say, well, if you're the information architect, you shouldn't be doing user research. And why not, right? And so the problem, and this is why we went with having everybody in the organization having exactly the same title. When I worked years ago, I worked at a company called Symbolics. And everybody in engineering, there were 500 of us, everybody had the title of member of technical staff. And because we all had that title, it completely got us off the conversation of what was people's titles and into what do you bring to the room at this moment? What are you going to contribute? And it made that conversation very different. When I was in the first cohort at the US Digital Service, and we made the explicit decision that everybody at the US Digital Service would have the same title, which is Digital Services Expert. So that when you went in, nobody knew what that meant, none of us knew what it meant, and we could be whatever we wanted to be in that meeting. When we were meeting with an undersecretary or we were meeting with, you know, a system administrator or whoever it was, we could be that. Though one of my coworkers, Dana Chisnell, put on her business card, generalist problem solver, and I was really wishing we had chosen that, because that was way cooler. But that's where it was. And so now we have Maker of Awesomeness. And Maker of Awesomeness is fantastic as a title because nobody knows what it means, but everybody wants it as their title. It's like, oh, I want to be a Maker of Awesomeness. You are. Go for it.
So I do find that it's similar, like when you go on LinkedIn and you need to put in what you're known for, right? Like what you're known for within your company, within your organization, within the people that you work around with, may be very different than how somebody on LinkedIn or anybody on LinkedIn may be looking at you, right? So sometimes it has been like, I solve problems. That's what I do as a consultant, and you know, it is problem solver is maybe more apt of a title than anything else. A couple of years ago, when I took over my current role at IBM, where I do a lot of business development now, I was told I was going to do go to market. I was like, I don't even know what that means, and I think I spent like the first 6 months to a year actually just figuring out what that meant, right, and what my role was and how that had changed. And so sometimes titles are nebulous, right? Like they are to be figured out what that means and how are we going to interact. Where I feel the titles really come into play, or I would say the positions that come into play is when we're actually responding to government proposals, or we're responding to saying, hey, this is what somebody's role is going to be. These are the 10 things that they want to do, and we know that they can do these 10 things. If you want to call it information architect, I'll call him that, right? You want to call him UX designer, we'll call him that, right? How do you identify with that? And how do we identify it? Maybe a little different. But that's really where it comes into play, I think.
It makes me think at the library, I think everyone in our directorate is a 2210, so that even makes it more obscure because we have to make our own titles because no one knows what a 2210 is. But so in line with that, what can we learn? Like I just said a lot about the library, which is ironic, but what can we learn about a company or organization by the job titles that they use or the labels in their methods?
Well, I contend you can't learn anything. That it's all just, you know, just labeling for the sake of labeling, because we've created this thing where you have to have a title, and the title has to somehow be explanatory. I think, you know, the Uber driver is the ultimate sort of judge of this. And when you say, so what do you do? Well, I'm an information architect. I've never heard of that. What is that? I mean, that's where we end up. You know, the Uber driver and the uncle at Thanksgiving are the two people who's like, I don't know. You know, I always thought that having a job at Apple working at the Genius Bar would be fantastic because, you know, my uncle at Thanksgiving would say, so you're a genius. And so, and then of course the next question is, what does that pay? It's like minimum wage. I contend that we try to use titles to impress, we try to use titles to discern roles, but unfortunately, that's not the way we should be going. In fact, roles within design are problematic, because once we establish that the designer designs, the information architect architects, and the researcher researches, we now create this siloed thing that is creating problems for ourselves. And what we really want to do when we're staffing and when we're building up expertise on our teams is we want to think in terms of skills. We want to think about who can do a user research session, who can create a decent wayfinding or navigation system, who can, what are the different competencies that we bring to the table, and focus on the competencies, not focus on trying to come up with some title. I mean, just yesterday I was asked in a team meeting at a client about, could you explain to us the difference between UX designer and product designer? And I'm like, no. I mean, well, one has more letters, but not if you expand the abbreviations, and then the other one has more letters, and I don't know where to go from there.
I agree. I don't think you can really tell much.
Maybe you can't. But I think it's weird that we're at an information architecture conference talking about why labeling is bad. But I think there are. I like Jared's earlier point that there are motivations for creating a system of labeling, right? And I thought I was going to be the most cynical one on the panel, but I really liked Jared's perspective here. Is that
I haven't gotten back to how this extends to colonialism and slavery. It's full of that.
We are giving you time to warm up.
Yeah.
So, I think I can't tell a lot about a team. So I run an agency, and when I come in, I want to learn about the team. It is very rare that I come into a team that's big enough where they would have these kinds of specializations available, especially in this town where most of us have 2210 or whatever as our titles. But I do think I can learn about their sensibilities, right, and sort of the perspectives that they value and that they bring to the table. I see a lot of teams and I get to work with a lot of user experience designers who don't know the first thing about information architecture. And when they bring it up, that tells me something, that maybe they do have a perspective that I feel like is increasingly lost in this business. And we can talk about the reasons why an IA sensibility or an IA perspective has diminished over the 3 decades that I've been doing this. But when I hear it, it gives me a little bit of hope. Like, okay, you get that this is a complicated problem and that we need to think about the abstractions about it. We need to think about the categories, the structure underneath. And that to me says a little bit more than whether their title is information architect or not.
And this question came from thinking about those new to the field. When they're making a decision between this company or this company, is there anything to glean by a company having titles, or maybe aligning with some of the concepts that you've brought up, in that if they don't have specialized titles, that tells you something. If they have a general title, that tells you something else. If they're using old titles from the 1990s, that might tell you something else.
Well, can I ask a question? Because I'm an old man. Yeah. Like, how much do newer designers give a shit about titles? Like, when I got my first job, I knew I didn't really care. And I don't know why I don't care, and I still didn't care. But I'm curious, like, what do you care about what your title is?
Yes, hey Dan.
Okay, so I think especially in this town, like, there is a direct relationship between the salary that you make and what that title is. That's totally fair. I've had people come to me, I mean, at our biggest, 8 Shapes was 16 people, right? And they'll come to me and they'll say, like, no, I really want to be a senior designer. And I'm like, senior to who? Like, there's nobody here. But I totally get that point. There's also this idea of a trajectory that you want to paint on your resume, right? This idea that I have progressed in my career. I totally get wanting to tell that story. It's hard for me to reconcile that need with also like, what do those things really mean under the hood?
I'd say from a company perspective, especially when it comes to big companies, I think that is how you not necessarily colonialism, but that is how you show hierarchy, right? That is how you go from, okay, I'm somebody who's fresh out of college to somebody who has 10 years of experience. And those are the defined bands, and there's a defined structure to it. And more important in big companies than smaller companies, because in big companies, that's how you can show pay increases. That's how people can show that they've done more. So there's a whole host of other issues related to that, right? We have a design studio in our office here at IBM, and I don't think anybody uses the term information architecture. And they do that work, but they do content strategy as well, and they do UX work, right? At times they may be pulled into doing something completely different, so you do wear different hats. Somewhat because we don't have that big of a practice. But also because that's what's required, right? Outside of that business, how many people really understand the differences between an information architect and a UX designer, right? And so, but those pay raises, those bands, those titles exist for a reason in these large organizations. If we were going to compare ourselves to a Deloitte or an Accenture, they probably use slightly different titles for saying the same thing. And this is why I actually feel that you need to dig deeper into the job skills and the description of the job than it is the title to really understand what they're asking for.
So having the experience of in the last year starting a job board, we had a lot of discussions about titles because that's a key index item on the job description. And right now, if you go to our job board, which you can go to at uxcareers.uiu.com, you will see that we visually organize the posting by the job title. But this is actually something that's temporary for us because we realized very early on in our research in putting together the job board, we talked to a whole bunch of hiring managers, plus we had an entire year where I would just have people reply to a post that I put up every month about jobs, their open positions. And then, so we just used that as data for all the positions we were thinking about for the job board. And what we realized was there's no calibration. What somebody calls a senior designer here is just a designer over there. What somebody thinks that information architecture is separate from design, whereas other people include it in design. And for younger people, when we talk to folks who are looking for jobs, people particularly early in their career, what we found was that they were looking at job titles as the thing to get them to not apply, right? Well, I don't know if I can apply to that job. It says, UI UX designer, and I'm only really UX. And so they were, the job titles were actually working against the hiring manager because people would look at that title, and some companies use their, for whatever reason, use their official pay band title. So it's like visual designer step 21, or senior visual designer 2, right? Which nobody knows what that means. Oftentimes in the organization, they don't know what that means. And so they're using these labels to try and communicate these things that aren't communicating what they want. And as a result, people don't apply or people misapply and they don't get the quality of candidates they want. So in the design of the system as we go forward, we're going to focus more on what is the work that the company needs to fill and what will you do in your first year there, and then ignore the title altogether and talk about how could you fill that position, how could you contribute to what that company is trying to hire, and focus this. It's a technique known as performance-based hiring, and we're going to use that as the basis of building out a job board that's different than all the other ones because we're going to sort of deprecate title as the main descriptor of what's going on.
So now for something a little bit different, just thinking about information architecture as a practice. I've seen that more from data science, analytics, those studying, what they would call it data, which I know we all do, but are traditionally going to colleges that study data science, are reaching out to our practices and saying, what is this information architecture? We're doing it, we need it, what is it? Tell us more. Has IA is it going through a resurgence because of this, or is it the same as it always was?
Well, I think the funny thing is that if we were at a data science conference and we were talking about what a data scientist is, we'd have the exact same problem. Because some data scientists are just administrators of the Google Analytics account. And some data scientists are doing creative behavioral economic studies. And some data scientists are just people who write code to get all the different databases on all the different platforms to talk to each other so that they know that this transaction went with this customer who did this behavior in this analytics tool. And that data science is one of these labels that gets applied to things that can mean a million different things, and you have to sort of drill in to say, which flavor of data science do you use? And we like to think this is a tech-only problem, but having done a lot of work in the medical field, I can tell you that doctors get into the same arguments. Cardiologists and pulmonologists have this long debate as to who gets to own the thorax. And they argue over this, and exactly who is a cardiologist and who is a pulmonologist, and what defines one versus the other is way up for debate in their field. Well, we just call them doctors, and that just seems to work for us. But for them, there's no, there's a big subtlety, and cardiologists are always screwing up things that the pulmonologists have to go in and fix from their perspective.
So again, at IBM, being a technology company, data science, big thing these days, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of that, right? I actually know people who 3 years ago didn't call them data scientists, and now all of a sudden when I hear them talk, they refer to them as data scientists. That's what the world is calling it. That's what they now believe that their job is, right? Has their job really changed? I don't think so, but the title has definitely changed, right? That is the in thing. That is how we're going to refer to people who do analytics, who do, work with data, who figure out user behavior, whatever it is. But in terms of, is there a resurgence of information architecture? I think there's a close relationship, right? Artificial intelligence is based on machine learning, based on really advanced analytic techniques, which needs data at its very core. Right? And that data has to be tagged, it has to be understood well for that machine learning model, for that AI model to really work well. Because if that's not tagged well and if it's not trained well, we're going to have all kinds of biases. We're going to have all kinds of other issues, right? Bias being a really, really huge one, because we can train your model with good data and only good data, and then it's only going to understand that. And if you don't really train it with subpar data or train it with results that you don't always want, your data is going to be, your AI model is going to be very, very biased, right? And so how do you do that? And so I think there's definitely a correlation there, maybe more of an understanding. I don't think there's probably appreciation for that, that maybe needs to be there more, right? Because at the very base, that is a very important aspect of building AI models.
I say building right exactly off of that is, I don't know that it's in resurgence, but it needs to be. And certainly not the title of information architect, which has just gone down. I know fewer people who call them information architects today than I did 10 years ago. But we need information architecture more than ever, because all of that information that's out in the world on computers all across the world, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. it needs, I mean, somehow it needs to slow down, and I feel like information architecture is one of the ways when people can start seeing the structure of the information, seeing what that information is, and I think that's what the practice is it's making that information relevant to other people. It's sense making, it's place making, it's all of that stuff. So it needs to be resurgent, and I don't know how that happens though, because that has to be through people. And I feel like, I mean, we just asked how many people identify as information architects at the World IA Day, and it was a small number. But you don't have to be called an information architect to practice information architecture. But I think it's, we could have a whole discussion about how to do that, but you know how many times I just saw it this week, the IA, and all they're talking about is the menu. And that's what IA has become for so many people, and it's so much more than that. So I don't know how we do that, but it needs to happen, and more people need to be doing it, and probably every UX designer needs to do it, probably UI designers, all kinds of data scientists. There's all kinds of ways to structure information and architect it.
I liked one of the last points that you just made, which is that we didn't ask you all, do you practice information architecture? Because as we talked about, I feel like that moment is past. I feel like they don't want to answer any more questions. But you know what?
How many people hate raising their hands in a little survey?
How many people, raise your hand if you do information architecture at your work? Yes, you are definitely all at the right conference.
Except for that guy.
He comes to all the conferences. I can't remember the point that I was going to make. Oh, so I think it's so weird that we're sort of looking at another field like data science. Like that, first of all, just to be clear, plays no role in my world at all. So like I just don't interact with that. I design websites, design web applications, we work on digital products, and frankly, that I think is the requirement for information architecture to exist, right? If you have digital products, you need information architecture, right? There's no other field that sort of can catalyze the need for information architecture. The environment in which digital products live will constantly change. They will get far more complex, as I've seen over my career, as you have seen over your careers. As that complexity changes, so too the pressure on information architecture continues, right? It has never let up, in my opinion. We just, as an industry, pay attention to it more or less. But the need is always there. I don't know why it's diminished. I have some theories. I think if I espouse those theories in this particular venue, I might get in trouble. But I do think as we're trying to educate massive numbers of user experience designers, some things fall by the wayside. Because, newsflash, information architecture is hard. It's like really hard. That's one of the things that keeps my mind engaged with it, right? It's hard to do, hard to think about, hard to conceptualize, hard to visualize, hard to explain to other people, right? All of those things make it hard, which make it very difficult to teach as well.
Okay, no more raise your hand surveys, but let's turn it to for Q&A, unless you guys want to top it off with anything. Okay, anybody have questions of this group?
Raise our hand.
I'm going to get Lisa first.
So I wanted to respond to something I just heard, because I've been hearing all day today that machine learning is not adequate and that there have to be human-entered filters on those things, metadata, parameters. If you don't have people looking at what the machines are learning, they're going to not provide the right information or the right conclusions. And we keep hearing stories in the news about how, you know, like garbage in, garbage out, right? The algorithms are only as good as what they're provided. To me, that seems like a huge opportunity for an information architect practice to be providing those parameters, and I think it's completely relevant to the work that's going on today. You know, however that is presented to the end user, whether that's on a screen or in a voice-activated UI or what have you. The choices you make in a voice-activated UI as to if you're asking for something and you get one answer back, how do you pick that? I mean, to me, that's I mean, you could say some of it's content strategy and it blurs into information architecture, but, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's completely relevant. So I guess it's not a question, but more a comment. But if you all have thoughts on that,
I would
then
completely
like to
agree because, like you said, right, you design websites and you designed digital products. Increasingly, those digital products are going to start using AI in the background, right? Increasingly, it's going to happen.
Try.
They're going to try, and it's going to happen without. Eventually, it's going to get to the point where you won't know that there's AI in the background, right? So you're designing a digital product, which is using AI in the background, and so there's a lot of correlations there. And yes, tagging that data is very important, and understanding that data and having humans look at that data. We were just recently worked on an engagement where that was a big thing, right? I was like, we have to be able to explain. There's a concept of explainability in AI, which is you have to be able to explain what the algorithm did. There's supervised learning, there's unsupervised learning, there's all kinds of things that you can get into with AI. But it is, how do you explain that and where did it come from, right? And so for what we were doing, it was a proof of concept, but we really dug deep into, we had people looking at that data, right? So we can compare what the machine is saying to what a human sort of would, how they would categorize that. And that's how we built our model. So you could go back and really show what happened here, right? And that's where then understanding that data, creating those structures and parameters and the tags and labels that you need to create, organizing it, right? Feeding it and training it in that manner become really important. So I do believe that it's very important if you want your AI to be explainable, which really has a very clear line between explainability and fairness and bias and ethics and all these other things in AI.
So Jared, earlier on you mentioned the idea of this table that people are being brought to, or that table that is supposed to be there. So on the other side of that, there are folks who actually decide what that table is and who to invite. How does the title of information architecture or any title impact how early on they're brought to that table or not? Because it does impact, or it does have an impact on the projects and how information architecture can influence the end result that we work with. So how can we reconcile that with regards to the titling of someone?
So there's a whole bunch of things to unpack in that question. First, when you first started talking about tables, we were just talking about data science, and I immediately went to data tables, and I'm like, what tables are information architects in? The employee table, I guess. So talking about the table that, as far as I know, does not exist. If you get invited to the table, you just get to go to more meetings. Is really what happens. What we're really talking about is, or what people seem to talk about when they talk about being invited to the table, is they want to be part of the conversations that lock certain constraints down earlier in the project than they're currently getting involved in. So, we're all sitting in projects and these requirements come down, these constraints come down, and we're sort of having to work within these walls that we didn't pick. And had we been in that conversation, we would have argued to pick a different wall. And so that seems to be it. And I don't think this is about one discipline over another. I don't think that, interaction designers have more right to be in those conversations than information architects, or that user researchers need to be there. But I think that the problem is, and I just wrote a piece about this earlier this week, is that we're not getting the information we need, and we don't have the literacy in the organization to be able to have the conversation where people are even thinking about this. Because, you know, a lot of those conversations end with the phrase, well, how hard could that be? And it turns out that it's probably really hard, and it's really hard because someone without any experience understanding that, yes, we have all this data about our users, but they don't talk to each other. I was talking with a product manager at Intuit a few months ago, a guy named Sam Nordstrom. He's in charge of the QuickBooks project. And he wanted to build up their data science practice. And he spent the first year working with a bunch of software developers, for the most part, dealing with the fact that they have 3 main data stores. They have all of the transactions that people do with QuickBooks, which is a business finance package. So, you know, when you make a deposit, when you invoice a customer, they have all that transaction stuff. They have all the information about their customers, which is who owns which license and how many people have access to that license. And then they have all the information about their actual behavior, who clicks on this button, who clicks on that button. And those 3 data stores weren't talking to each other. And they didn't even have a common language to describe a customer or a user such that they could tie a user to a license, a user's click to a license to a transaction that license enabled, right? And to be able to do the type of analysis they wanted to do, that was all information architecture work at some level. They're creating this giant taxonomy of data across these independent databases that were built at different times by different people without talking to each other, you know, like we do. And as a result, it took them a year just to be able to do a simple analysis of how much money would we make if more people use that piece of functionality. And that was what they were driving towards. And it turned out that, you know, the number came out to hundreds of millions of dollars, but it took them a year just to be able to get to that point. And so I think the issue is that as Dan was saying, and what everybody's been saying, is it the skills and experience from doing information architecture work gets you into some really deep, gnarly problems that are architectural in nature, people in nature, they're social, and they, you know, how do we just extract meaning? There's a discussion going online about, that Andrew Hinton started again, about the word friend in Facebook, and how, what does a friend really mean in Facebook? Because I have people who I am linked to who are not the same as other people who I am linked to in terms of the friendships I have. So what is a friend on Facebook? And why are some of these people Trump supporters? I don't understand. And so we have all these sort of social connotations. And when we teach at Center, when we teach the students, information architecture is one of the first courses we teach, so that foundation is laid, and we can keep coming back to, well, when you're building a menu, this is what it is, but when you're building the database, this is what it is, and when you're actually talking about social interactions, this is what it is, and we keep coming back to that as a foundation. Anyways, I hope I answered your question.
Anybody else want to add to that, or no? Okay. Okay, I know there's more questions. I'll come to you next. Yeah.
Because this is I think a panel about sort of defining information architecture, I'm going to ask an obvious question and kind of touch on something that someone mentioned, that teaching it is hard. I did take a class, I think it was in 2014 at University of Baltimore, called Information Architecture. The definition I believe we were provided was the organization, labeling, and structure of information, kind of a basic definition. Is that true? Is that still the definition? Like, yes or no, and how might you update it or expand upon it today?
So I just taught an information architecture class, just a workshop, just a one-day thing, but
You brought notes.
But because I can't remember anything. And I started with a definition. I asked the participants how they defined information architecture. most of them were around the organization or navigation of websites. But I have several. So to me, there's IA as a practice, which is just pretty much what you, actually, as a practice, it's a branch of knowledge concerned with the design, construction, and organization of information. And then the IA, what we call the IA of something, the information architecture of something, is the system of organization, classification, labeling, and structure used in an information space. So, and then an IA is someone who practices that. So when we, but I think this is a thing, and bringing up Andrew, he just tweeted a little while ago, he's down in Atlanta at World IA Day, and he mentioned semantics and this, and I was like, my response, I haven't seen what followed on from that, was, wait, words have meaning? But as we've seen here, we see everywhere, almost every presentation I give, I start with definitions. This is what I'm talking about, this is what it means, this is how it's different to other words that I have heard been ascribed with the same meaning. So I think that it's really important for not so much to define the damn thing, but to define what it is in any given context, and to push that out to the people we're working with so that they have a bigger understanding of what this is and why it's important. I mean, I love that you were talking about Intuit. Like, there was a business reason for doing that year of work, was how do we make more money? And if we can, and that was another part of the workshop, was
and deliver more value.
Well, right, but you have to, like, there's a business value for practicing IA, and sometimes it's more tangible than others. But if, as a practice, we just, all of us started talking more about how it matters to other people, how what we do can help other people meet their goals, I think, and be less dogmatic about what our title is or what it is we do or what we went to school for, whatever, then I think we would get a lot farther.
Yeah.
Okay, at the risk of beating a dead horse, back to this modern abomination of corporate job titles. The last 3 titles I've had have been various iterations of content strategist. All the jobs have been totally and completely different, but each one has directly led to being able to get the next one. And how did I become a content strategist initially? I went on LinkedIn, I changed my headline to say content strategist. The recruiters just started pouring in. So I propose right here today, World IA Day 2020, let's start the revolution. When you leave here, go home, open up the latest version of your resume. Wherever there's a job title, replace it with a headline, like you would see on a newspaper or a website, the big picture takeaway of what you accomplished there, what value you added, with the bullet points below being the story of how you actually got there. And conversely, the same thing, if you've got a job board, you're writing job ads, same thing. Replace the title with a headline of what the person will actually be doing, what the need is, and how they'll be expected to do it. Let's be the change we want.
You are what you LinkedIn.
Anybody? Question?
Hi. So, like Natalie, I'm at a federal agency, and I think, like a lot of government and NGO places, if we get to hire, that is like once in a blue moon, throw a party, that's amazing. But usually we're marching with the army we have, and we're trying to upskill people who have never studied any of this UX or IA stuff at all. So my question to you guys is, how do you upskill in this? How do you take a team that's never heard of this and get them doing it, get them practicing it without sending them to grad school?
Okay. So there was no grad school for IA when I was growing up.
And then suddenly there was, right?
And then yeah. And I got too far down the road. So Jared's special friend Dana has stories about making change in large organizations. And I don't remember all those stories, but I do remember her saying something about kind of small incremental changes. And one of those things that you can do is run a study. Just have the engineers, like, sorry to steal your thunder, man, but it's a really good story of just like have the engineers sit in on a usability test or whatever it is. Well, IAs have something awesome that is relatively easy to do. You can do it just about anybody. It's a card sort. And there's something very powerful about watching people try and sort a set of 40 terms into different categories. And I feel like I appreciate what Carrie is saying about how, you know, it's not just the navigation, but let's be honest, navigation is like the most accessible thing, most tangible thing that we do as information architects. Let them mess around with the navigation. Like, how would we do this better? Because that leads to a cascade of conversations. Now, I say all that, never actually having, that I can recall, like done something like that. But I think there should be more card sorting in the world. And so, yeah, I feel good about that.
But you asked how can people get the IA skills?
Oh, I think
So,
that's a great
yeah.
question.
It was a very good answer to some question.
Out there.
It's like it's the final Jeopardy question.
It is Washington D.C.
Yes. So I think there are several books. You know, that's one way to learn. But
Abby's book.
yes,
But
there's.
what I was getting
But
at was
yeah.
learn by doing.
Yeah, so and yeah, and there's conferences. There's there's the IA conference, which is in April. There's lots of workshops there, including IA Essentials taught by Jorge Arango, who it would be fabulous. If I were just starting, I would love to take his class. But well, except that he's teaching the same time as me, so then I'd have to find someone to teach my workshop.
Field trip.
So there's not a lot, but there are some things. There's book also Lisa Maria Martin's new book, Information Architecture Essentials, or Essential Information or something like that. I think it's EIA. Every day, yeah. So that's also a really good start. And then, but don't get stuck just reading and taking classes. Do it. And I think that's one of the great things to plug the IA conference, which is my favorite conference, is you can have those conversations there. You get new ideas. You can have conversations with people who are doing it and learning it at the same time. So I think that's really important to have these types of events where you can learn new ideas, take them back, and then do them. And you don't have to do it for a big project. Do one person, do one thing on one project and have it spread.
So I want to.
I
just want to plug two things that are federal. Yeah. One is open opportunities. Have you ever seen that? Yeah, that. You're kidding me. Okay, that's another thing. And then the UX Government Summit, which is coming up, and it's free on May 12th. Sorry, Fatima.
Oh, I was just going to say, not specific to just learning IA. Things are changing very fast in this world, right? There's constantly need to upskill and learn new skills, and how do you do that is going to apply across the board for if it's IA skills today or if it's, AI skills tomorrow, what have you, right? I think there are a lot of online courses too. There are a lot of online free courses that you can take. There are universities online, right? There's, you may have to pay a little bit, but there's a whole lot that you can do on your own. Reading books is a great way, but also just these online courses with me allow you to actually practice some hands-on learning in a non-class, non-grad school environment.
Can I plug a thing? Is that tacky? It's a little tacky, but I came up with something that may help you. It's called Information Architecture Lenses, and it's basically a deck of cards with lots of hard questions on them and questions about information architecture things. I believe we're giving one away at part of the raffle.
Oh, great.
It's helpful if I show the front of it. But follow IA Lenses on Twitter, and this is a set of 50 ish questions about structure, about navigation, about managing information that are all relevant. And I've talked to teams who have brought this deck to conversations when they're talking about user experience in general, and use these questions to help stimulate deeper conversations about structure. Apparently I have another deck of cards. And my understanding is it is freaking amazing. Is that those the exact? I made a game called Surviving Design Projects. It has nothing to do with information architecture, but it has everything to do with...
The cards are labeled.
The cards are labeled. Actually, well, Surviving Design Projects. So it's like plays like Apples to Apples. Anyone know Apples to Apples? Cards Against Humanity. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's more a Cards Against Humanity crowd, I think. But it's a storytelling game where you tell a story about a difficult situation on a design project in a safe space that is at your lunch, and then everyone plays a card to kind of figure out how would we deal with this difficult situation. I'm told, again, freaking amazing, interesting. It's a new one. Thank you.
We've been working with teams, because this is a problem that comes up all the time, and it's not just information architecture, it's all different dimensions of design. And so the way we focus this is we start with outcomes. So we start with what we call a UX outcome. A UX outcome is how would you, if you did a fantastic job building whatever it is you're building, how will you improve someone's life, right? So being able to get the whole team to answer that question turns out to be really crucial, because once we can sort of get to that, how does someone's life improve if we do a fantastic job of what we're doing? Then we can sort of backtrack and say, okay, what's preventing the people whose lives we're trying to improve, what's preventing them from just doing that today? And that shows the work that we have to get done to get to that outcome. And then from there, we can ask the question, what skills do we need to get to that point? And that allows us to not fixate on, well, does everybody have to understand what an ontology is? We can worry about ontologies, or at least the element of ontologies that we need to be able to solve those problems. So we're starting with the end in mind, and then working our way backwards to say, what is it that we need to accomplish? And then we can just start the work. And as people said, you can go to books, you can go to courses, but what we've learned at Center is the most important thing is taking that work and applying it directly to a project with a coach, with someone who says, okay, you read that book, you went to that course, now how does that apply to what we are trying to do right now, right here? And to get that experiential learning element into it. And if you can get that experiential learning element into it, you can start to change people, and they don't have to know the theoretical name of the thing they just did, right? They just have to know that when they built out this system of words, they were building a taxonomy. They don't have to know they built a taxonomy. They just have to know that they built out a system of words that made sense, and card sorting was a great technique to figure out that system of words, and they built it into the menus or the categorization or whatever it is, and went from there.
Yeah, we can fit in one last question, so you got here first.
Okay. So this is my first World IA Day, and learning a lot. It's great. Being here in person makes a big difference between being on Twitter and learning stuff and taking online classes. Is between the panel and the audience, are there other events, meetups aside from this one that happens once a year that we can continue learning? Do you guys know of any?
There's UX Camp. UX Camp DC, which I come to every year. Or try to.
Are you talking about local events or national?
Local, national, but one of the ones a year.
I mean, there's so much.
Yeah.
So once a year.
Yeah.
What do you
Well, I don't go anywhere. I like staying at home.
His wife does not let him out.
It's not true. Locally, there's Refresh DC, there's Nova UX, there is something else, UXDC, and UXPA, thank you, apparently there's both UXDC and DCUX meetup. I don't care to know the difference between them.
Taxonomy problem.
And I really, the show that Carrie mentioned, the IA conference, has been going for 20 years now. I went to the first one in Boston. I met one of my best friends at the 2002. He and I are still friends together. He's godfather to my children. So that is a very awesome conference.
It's my favorite conference of all.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
You run conferences, man.
This is being recorded, right?
So there's a lot. I would say Nova UX is locally is probably the one that there's also a MoCo, Montgomery County UX, that doesn't meet quite as frequently. Jenny Reddish runs a meetup.
The STCA, SCT, the Society of Technical Communicators.
Well, she doesn't run that.
Does it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
there's a lot, man.
There's a content strategy meetup that is sometimes active. It's not active right now.
Yeah, and Jenny's run some
Yeah.
conferences, but she's retired, and I don't think.
So
she's allowed to run
also
conferences
She
anymore.
presented at one recently.
I invite anybody
Yeah,
to
I
make
know. Yeah,
an
yeah, I
IA
know.
meetup. You could make an IA meetup. All you have to do is go to meetup.com and plug it in. So yeah, I think that it is important. I think that's a great question. There are annual events that happen. If you put them all together, you could go to many. But I think it is important to go to events and have these discussions with people, and not just in 280 characters on Twitter. But you can maintain those relationships online. There's lots of communities, online communities as well, that are mostly, at least the ones I know of revolve around content strategy and UX, but IA is there's a content strategy plus UX Slack team that has an IA channel plus taxonomy channel and some other things that are IA related. So there's some of us there that are more focused on that. But there's lots of things, and there's always room for more, especially as we said, the need for information architecture grows, whether or not you call yourself an IA.
That was a wonderful ending. Thank you all. Thank you for your time, and thank you, audience, for your wonderful questions. So. I'm handing it back to Renu for the wrap-up. Do you want me to move the table up? Or? Set this up again.
How's everyone doing? Good? Good. Okay, so we have just a few things to go through, a whole lot of thank yous, and then our sponsors, as well as we do have some giveaways. This is our global team, the 2019-2020 team. This is the global board of directors, And here is the DC Executive Board. If anyone's here, can you please stand up or come in? So I have to say, this has been a really, really fun group. We have Wednesday calls, and as I was telling some people at work yesterday, I don't know what I'm going to do next Wednesday. I'm going to miss them all. I'm going to try and call them anyways. And we've also had a fabulous local volunteering team. If you're here in this room, can you please stand up? Thank you. Of course, this event wouldn't have happened without you guys. We're really, really thankful to GA for this beautiful space that they've given us. And if there's anyone from GA here to tell us a little bit? Well, they're online and they're amazing. There are lots of programs from information architecture to UX, UI to data science, and so please check them out. We also have Publicis Sapient, who was a sponsor. I work for Publicis Sapient, and they were sponsoring the food, and so the snacks and the breakfast. Vanessa, do you want to come and tell us a few things?
So Publicis Sapient, which I work for as well, is a digital transformation consultancy firm. What is great to know is that we're also hiring, and so you can see myself or Lisa, who is in the back waving her hand, to volunteer here. If you're interested and you are an IA, a designer, however you categorize yourself, you can always come and see us. Thank you.
We have another local sponsor, EPAM. Anyone from EPAM here? No. All right. They helped us with also with food. And Shivani, do you want to come and say something?
EPAM's the largest technology provider people don't know much. But check us out. We have a studio presence in Washington, D.C., right outside of the plane. And we do provide end-to-end digital services.
Also, big shout out to our AV sponsors, Summit Webcasting, who are sitting right at the back. You should hire them, they're really good. And then we have global sponsors. Oops, sorry. I went a little fast. So these are our global sponsors, and there are offers for all attendees. So if you go into this, so what's going to happen is I have your emails. We have your emails. We'll send you a link to the survey, and you will have all these offers are available for all the attendees. It's a digital swag bag that you will receive, and it also has a conference discount to the IA conference, which is on April 14th to 18th. There are global draw prizes. So what we've done is we used to do this traditional, give everyone raffle tickets, and then you tour it, and then people would say, I lost mine. And so we were always scrambling, trying to find that little blue slip and announce winners. But this year we decided to go digital, and we just pulled out numbers from our email list. So the winner for the global draw prize for the conference ticket, and I'm not really sure exactly what this means, is Stephen Chen. Is he here? Or if he's in the other room? Well, if he's in the other room still, do clap. So just to let you know, we because we had a smaller space, we have been streaming a number of our. So, Stephen, I'm going to have to send everything's going to be emailed to you. Okay. So. The next award is, there are 3 lucky winners for Loop 11, and Etela Ivkovic. Yay! So because we've had smaller spaces, we've been streaming events in both the rooms, and so the people in that room are, they're probably winners in that room, they're probably winners in this room, so we'll just clap. And then we had Jamie Bresner, who... Yes. And the third winner for Loop 11 is Tavon Thames. And I'm sorry if I'm really not saying the names correctly. Then tell me later on. Okay, now we have local prize time. So there are a number of giveaways. Akshar has free RP team license, and there's only one that is given out today, and that's going to John Bobosh. John Bobosh, are you here? All right, and then we have Rosenfeld has $100 off your order, 1 per location. Anton Lavrentiev. And the Understanding Group has a free book, plus which will be shipping. There are actually 3 only, so we will have 3 names for that. So there is Scott Heeman, Alexandra Grinman, and Rebecca Wolsk. And then we have 1 UXpressia 6-month full license, and that goes to Karen Kutler. Oh. Come on, I hope that come in our room. Then we have a couple of giveaway prizes. Is Asha in the other room by any chance? All right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to start off with Dan Brown's gifts. Which are here. Dan, are you here? He was here. Yay, Asha, come on in. Okay, so yeah. Oh no. So the names have been called out. Jasmine Harris. All right. Janki Desai gets the user experience team of 1.
She wants something else. I'm Rebecca Walsk, and you called my name, but I'm not sure what I want.
Oh, I'll have to check again.
Okay, thanks, sorry.
But you'll get it in an email.
Okay, thanks.
There's a delay between this and the other room, so
Okay,
that's why.
And Rebecca Barad. That's Janki Desai, right? And Rebecca Barad. So this is designing mobile payment experiences. And it goes to Rebecca Barad. Yes, no, yes. Okay. Maybe in the other room. We'll just keep that aside and remember to give it to her. Okay. We have 3 more books. Silpa Viparthi Silpa? Yes, no? This is the mapping experiences by O'Reilly. Vanessa, do we have more names? Oh, cool. Okay. So it's really cool. She runs this app and it gives us our winners. Casey Lipson. So we do have, yay! So Casey, we actually have an amazing designer slash children's book story writer who presented today, Shauna. Shauna Gordon McKeown, and so this is a book that she wrote, and it's and let me just pull up the other names. There's Nadia Liebler. Oh. And then we have Dan's gifts. Dan, do you want to come and give your gifts out? Desperately. Thank you, Asha.
You're welcome.
So those gifts were given by UXDC and by Shauna, the books that were there. And these are coming from Dan Brown and his lips and his heart. So I think all the gifts came from people's hearts. Really? Yeah. All right. Fedora Braverman. Yay! It's a physical gift. You can come and pick it up. And then the last and the last one is Andrew Gardiner. So, sorry, I seem to be going fast. So all the gifts that are digital, that are the licenses, will be sent via email to the winners, and all the swag bag will be sent to everyone, along with the YouTube videos that were taken. This room, everything was recorded, and then on the other rooms, if the speakers want to share their slides, we can pass that on to the group as well. So just expect a really big email from World Eye Day in the next couple of days. And right now we are we have 15 minutes before happy hour, which is at the Crimson Whiskey Bar. It's at the bottom of the Pod Hotel. It's pretty unique looking. It's below, and the space is mostly for us. So definitely go check it out, hang out, and make friends. Thank you so much.